like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules my life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent picking up from garage could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Strike to Jay gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Top shot, and now you have to deal with three more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's the quad kill.
Welcome everybody to the 50th Pit of Valor!
50!
We're here!
50!
Dude, 50! Straight up 50 weeks of this. Action-packed Wednesdays, nothing but Valor here on GLG. And today, we got not just one special guest, we got plenty, baby! We got a whole 64 of them! So what's up with that?
It's crazy, man. We got first of all, Pit of Valor 50. That is nuts in its own right. Not to mention tonight marks 31 in a row. Last week was 30. Tonight is 31 in a row. So we've been going strong. This is not like I believe since Christmas it's been 31, but we are so ecstatic to be here. The first map we got for you guys is going to be Unlucky Relay versus Spectral Esports. I don't know if we have a map yet, but it's fine. We're here. We're having fun. I mean, I'm ready, Mick. Are you ready, man? Are you ready?
Dude, no, that's a trick question. Of course I'm freaking ready, man. I want to be not ready. I just want to see all these new guys out here. I'm so excited because you know how it is. We see the professional scene. We see all these new players come out, all these smaller teams come into the scene and just absolutely wipe. They just go ham because they're people you don't see. You don't have film on them. You can't analyze them back and forth. The only time you maybe see one or two of these guys in a public lobby, you sit there and try your best against them, but you never see them in a coordinated environment where they're sweating themselves off. They're trying their hardest. They're working for a little bit of glory. So, I mean, they're just trying whatever they can here. And that alone, just seeing all these new people, all these new faces, all these new teams being brought in here. And hopefully with them coming back, if they get a good enough standing or if they like what's going on here, hopefully all y'all are liking what's going on here at home watching because we need to get on with this. We just got to see what's being brought to the table. I want to see a map pick. Obviously, no rush to these guys. Everything's new here. It's a little bit sketchy for them, but we're gonna get y'all nice and cozy. We're gonna get y'all settled down here for the next 6 hours of Valorant content. So
that's on the short end, man. That's on the short end. Honestly, 6 hours.
Honestly.
I think what's the quickest? I think the fastest Pit of Valor, like the least amount of time for a Pit of Valor, I think was 5.5 or something like that, and that was a couple weeks back. You know, 9 times out of 10, we start at 5:30 Eastern. 9 times out of 10 Eastern time, we end past midnight. You know, that's and that is awesome. We have fun. That's what we do here at Pit of Valor. We have fun, and like you said, we have so many new teams this week. We have new teams every week, but this week it's like a truckload of just new people. So I cannot wait to see what these guys are gonna come out here with tonight. If you have to wonder if we're gonna see, you know, every now and then in Pit of Valor we have like 4 overtimes, 4 games that do overtime like all in a row. I wonder if we're going to see that tonight, or if we're going to see some shutouts, maybe some 13-0s, 13-1s, perhaps. But
don't say that.
I hope not.
Fun, dude.
I hope not.
Don't say that.
That's what it is. You don't know what to expect. No, I unjinxed it. It's the caster. Remember, everything, it's
Caster's
opposite,
curse.
right?
You're right.
Exactly.
You're
So
right.
I hope we get 8 13-0s in a row. Just no, but it's going to be fun, man.
Oh.
It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you. And in mentioning those overtimes, that's what I was talking about. You know, over the course, heck, we could have one game go 6 hours alone. We could be in like a 48-48 for all we know. Like, Lord, that Master's curse, baby. We're making sure it doesn't happen. But, I mean, the way everything pans out, regardless of what happens, as soon as we get this map and everything, I just want to go. I wish we even had rosters really for these guys. I mean, I want to see, obviously, the way everything's panning out with who's being brought to the table. I mean, it's a wild card. It's a joker card. It's an ace up the sleeve. We like to mention a lot here on the casting booth, you know, whatever tricks are up your sleeve. But all these guys are new. So it's like it's a whole sleeve of explosives right now, just straight bombs that could just detonate at any point in time. And that's a scary thing, depending on where you're really sitting. If you're a guy, you're a little bit shaky coming into a tournament scene, but it's, you know, also super exciting because say you do win, say you do pull out that insane clutch player, you sit there and really just hang out with your guys today, you get some insane kills and you're like, you know what, let's keep running with this. Let's see where we can go. Start a team, get solidified on that, beat 10s, get some kills on them. You know what I'm saying? It all got to start somewhere, dude.
Oh no, okay. We're supposed to inspire hope, not fantasies. Okay, relax with. Okay, that it's fine. It's fine. And all in all, tonight, man, it's we got a lot of teams coming out tonight. We got a lot of new guys, and we got all together. We have an absolute metric butt ton of just awesome content for you guys tonight, and I don't know how else to really put it.
Yeah, and also speaking of awesome things being brought to the table, we got a country club. I know it sounds crazy. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to say right up front with no context, but
it's very weird.
We got something awesome coming up here. So this is also the week that we're going to be introducing, like, basically a membership here at Great Lakes Gaming. So with all these tournaments we got every single week, every single month, as you know, Mickey said, we've had this continuity thing going where we have tournaments every single week. Now going forward, now I'm going to go ahead and say this. I'm going to reinforce the fact too that there's going to be a membership fee of $10 to guarantee yourself a roster spot, but not just yourself. That's the thing. It is for your whole entire squad. So basically, it's like a referral system on just crack. If you sit there and pay $10, every single one of your buddies that you were trying to team up with for the remainder of that month or for the rest of that month, you go ahead and you get guaranteed entry into every single one of our tournaments. So that
the
take
free
that
entry
as you
ones.
will. Exactly,
the free entry tournaments. So every Pit of Valor, that's you're already reserved for Pit of Valor every week if you get this. So make sure you guys do !GLGCC in chat. I know it's a lot of letters. One of the mods will hop it in for you guys. But that's where you need to go to get your information for this country club, because I know like it sounds weird, but it actually is really cool. And in the long run, it's gonna help you guys out more. It's gonna be able to get the players more involved with Pit of Valor and GLG as a whole. Also, I can't get over the 50. Tonight's number 50.
Dude, I can't get over the 128. That's a bigger number than 50.
I know,
dude.
that's nuts. It's crazy.
I mean, because that's just a scary thing. As we are talking about this country club, it's crazy how many teams we have today. And obviously, you're probably thinking right now, how is there ever going to, if they have 128 teams right now, why would somebody need guaranteed entry? If there's just so many spots available and we got so many people playing. Well, this is a special occasion. It's number 50. we got to treat all of you a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But going forward, we are going to kind of be altering the system a little bit, finding out what works, get a little bit more people in here because we do want to see more talent. We want to see just more across the whole entire board, not just for our sake to sit there and have a little bit better games to talk over, but for y'all's sake, a little bit better games to watch. So the more people we get in here, the more people we get in that country club. Maybe someday when we get back to lands, we do have a facility coming up. So maybe we could take all a trip to the country club for real with all the country club members, start swinging some balls and downing some brewskis if the day ever comes. But in the meantime, we're just going to be sitting right here. We're going to be talking about the games going on today as we do see a little bit of a color change here. I see in the bottom. I saw it peek through a little bit, the little blue and purple going through.
I see it. Again, it's going to be Spectral Esports going up against Unlucky, really. And again, we've never seen these teams, so this is going to be very, very interesting. But Mick, along with what you were saying, guys, Innovation Square in Rochester, New York, 22 floors up in the sky, is going to be the home of our official Great Lakes Gaming headquarters come this fall at the end of the year. So exclamation point GLG or exclamation point GLG LAN, I believe. We'll give you all the information on that when it's going to be opening up, when we're going to be, doing stuff. So if you want information, GLG LAN in the chat and you'll get that. But all in all, tonight, man, is going to be fantastic, Mick.
It is. And just, kind of mentioning how, just all these teams coming together for $50. I mean, that alone, it's not something to scuff at. I mean, just
it's
naturally.
nuts.
Because,
it's crazy.
Obviously, I mean, it's everybody's thinking just, it's just 50, but it's really just more the experience that comes to the field with this. I mean, you actually have something on the line. I mean, you maybe go back and forth there on some public lobbies and you sit there and get ticked off, but you never know what kind of random conglomeration of people are going to be fighting over there on the other side of you. You actually have real coordinated teams here. You have a bunch of guys who are just trying to have some fun with each other and some gals maybe. I mean, with how many teams we got, that's 128 times 5. That's like at least 600 people. So, I mean, surely there's some gals in here too. I mean, we got Galorant is coming out. They're going crazy right now. They're doing some crazy things as well. So, I mean, just, we got a lot on the table here. But I mean, to follow up with that, it may just be 50 today, but isn't there something a bigger prize pool coming up here soon? Isn't that somewhere? I could be crazy.
We got an event coming up. We got an event coming up on August 21st. It's called Player Zone. $2,000 are at stake on Player Zone. Again, Saturday, August 21st. I believe exclamation point Player Zone in chat will give the information on that, but it's going to be a $2,000 tournament. It's free entry. All ranks are welcomed. We're going to have a 64-team open qualifier for that. I forgot the last word, qualifier. 64 teams for that. Isn't that nuts? 64 teams, $2,000, free entry, any rank, August 21st, Saturday.
Silver, stand up. We got this, okay?
Exactly. Irons, stand up. What are you talking about? Irons, this is our chance to shine. Let's get a team full of just 5 irons and just dominate the entirety of Player Zone. It's fine. I know. I'm dreaming. I was telling you earlier not to bring in fantasies, but it's fine.
Okay, I mean, all right. You know what? Everybody has room for improvement. I mean, maybe, like I say, there's 2 types of players out here. We got those guys who are really good when it comes to solo queues. Very good when breaking themselves down in combat. Find themselves in situations and winning 1v5s all the time, finding clutches, finding aces. They're your clip boys. But this is the environment where things get a little bit different because these coordinated teams, everybody's talking. Everybody has comms. You're not in some random area where you're sitting there finding out, what's going on, especially here in Haven. This is a very team coordinated map because we now have it. We now know what's going on here and that it's so aggressive on that offensive side and it's so fast paced on that defensive side. You have to make sure that you're talking with your teams. There is no space for typing here. There is no space for, pinging the map or whatever's going on with whatever rando you got in a public lobby. The coordination game is completely different here in a competitive scene when you actually have real life money on the line. And that exactly is what really gets brought to the table when you're in these situations. And that alone is really what's going to incentivize these guys. As we said, iron silvers, they could shine in here today because this is open as well. We don't exactly know the ranks of everybody in here, but it doesn't matter. We're looking at everybody on an individual point of view, and we are looking also at these rosters, and then we're looking at a lot of comfort picks here I'm seeing as well, and I'm really enjoying.
Yeah, real quick, again, guys, if you are just joining us, it's going to be Unlucky, really. They're going to be on the defense here on Haven versus Spectral Esports. on the right side of your screen for attack. Again, Mick, like you said, we're on Haven. This is such a wide open map, and to be 100% honest with you, it is attacking sided. There's no two ways about it. This is a very A-sided map, and it's because of the 3 separate sites. You know, you can't have just 5 defenders, excuse me, covering 3 different spots. It's just not. It's not as practical as you would think it would be because you just don't have the numbers. But on attack, you can have all 5 of your guys rush down C long. Oh no, there's only 1 person watching C long, and just like that, you're completely overwhelmed on C by yourself, and that's why the attackers are going to have the advantage coming in here. So the question being, Mick, is Spectral on attack going to be able to use that to their advantage?
Well, it really all just starts at one place. And to really kind of, if it's not too much of a shocker to y'all, it's going to be this first round. When we break down these pistols, see what's being brought to the table. And over here on this offensive side, we're going to see some marshals. We're going to see a little bit more aggression on the side. We're seeing a lot of kind of ego here. But we are getting a spike down already from the likes of Hawk on the side of Spectral Esports. So maybe it pays off here as he goes ahead and makes himself a clean little exit with nobody on the side just yet with the retortion coming in right now.
Yeah, we got a lot of abilities coming out from that brim from Unlucky, so it's I mean, the bomb's been planted, so they're just trying to get the defuse off here, but they have the angle. There we go. Mel's gonna start it off, taking out Big No with that shock dart. Raccoon. Ooh. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. Raccoon finally is gonna go down, but we're gonna see 2. Oh, there we go. 2 from Astral. 2 versus 2 now. Defuse is still coming through, but there we go. Skinny Legend gets taken out, as does Astral, but not before he picks up Mel's, and that's gonna be first round in favor of Spectral. That was a very, oh no, that's kind of messy. Kind of messy from Spectral.
You just give the man some props. We saw a Cypher get a kill, dude. You don't see that every day, man. You don't see a Cypher get a kill every day. So we are getting ourselves a heck of a start here. Exactly. We got him on both sides of the field, and Spectrals is the ones who's going to close out this round, find himself the kill, and we're going to see a lot of forcing from the side of Spectral. And I mean, that's really only to be expected. These second rounds, you're always going to find yourself in these forces. If you're really not buying that heavy armor with the Spectre, well, what are you doing? Let's be real. You got to find yourself to get that edge, get that guaranteed second match, find yourself that bonus, and then go ahead and get yourself a little lead to play with. As we see them already on the C side, and Hawks is going in, my man.
Yeah, he is. He picks up Big Noah right off the bat, destroys that camera. There goes their information. The dart comes in. There we go. Mel is able to take out Raccoon. And now, all of a sudden, it's a 5 versus 3 situation. Spectral has full control of C site, and they just need to hold it down. That's all they need to do. It's a 5 versus 2 man advantage. Definitely towards Spectral. Oh, but there we go. Oh, 0-3 gonna take out Legend, and Natesy gonna be there for the final kill, and that's gonna solidify round number 2 for Spectral. So we're already at a 2-0 deficit. So Unlucky really has I mean, they're kind of lucky really at this point. So when we're heading into the 3rd round here, which will be a bonus round if Spectral is able to capture it. But all in all, I think Unlucky, you know, obviously they're going to be able to buy this round. So are they going to be able to lock it down? Are they going to be able to play this right? They have to. They have no room for error here. If they drop this, that's a 3-round deficit on the start of the game, and that's not how you want to start things off.
Yeah, I'm with you. Right here, you have to sit there and make sure to get the most out of these bonus, get the hands out of the hands of these guys, get those guns out, try and get that econ messed up a little bit. But with Autumn already found himself that first pick, he's going to slow it down. But I mean, everything panning out, how it exactly goes forward. I mean, these bonus, it was huge for Spectral to not drop a single body last round. They all had those guns, nobody had to rebuy. It's making themselves really healthy on this money. But if they can go ahead and follow through, get this B side, but Big Noah's going to find himself a half already. It's just, with how quickly that closed out, with all the guns being in the hands of Unlucky, really find themselves some real weaponry on this field. That's now going to be the first round for them, and we're going to see ourselves a little bit more of an even game here, because this, ladies and gentlemen, is what we like to call real Valorant here in the casting booth, when everybody gets those real guns in their hands and aren't just playing with those puny little pistols all the time.
Real Valorant. You just insulted like 6 people who main a sheriff. You know there's people in the chat that just buy a sheriff right off the start, and they're like, this Mick guy totally just made me upset. Real Valorant. Oh, man.
It is what it is, dude. Truth hurts sometimes.
Oh, yeah. For sure. for sure. Here we go. Big Noah is sitting in that little rat corner. We've seen a couple crazy plays from that corner, but unfortunately, we're not going to see much action on the side of C, as Bomb is currently dropped back towards attacking spawn. We have Mel watching long. Reyna's actually, it's going to be Raccoon pushing up through, sewers, and Astral watching long. Here we go. Mel going to take out Raccoon. It starts it off 5 versus 4 now. Bomb is going to get picked up by Natesy, and look at that. Astral has no idea. Look at the entirety of Unlucky pushing Sight through sewers, but Equinox going to take out Astral, and that's going to give them Sight now a two-man down situation for Unlucky. Hawks barely finds the kill on the Autumn. I don't even know what just happened there. Now we got, oh, look at that. They just chased Big Noah up the stairs. It looked like that Cypher just kind of tripped up the stairs and died, but that's okay, because Spectral is now going to make it 3-1.
Yeah, I thought Riot sat there and fixed the running gun problem. What was that, my man? So we just saw straight W key work out for these guys. I mean, obviously, I mean, it's kind of deserved from the likes of Hawks, though. This dude's absolutely shown himself as a prominent man across the field. Really has a presence across the whole entire side of the map. As you can see, he's not exactly going out by any means necessary. He's 3-2-3. But those assists, I mean, they're impact frags. It's really what we have to look for when we're in these kind of competitive environments. Find the big man who's going to sit there and really, when you kill them, it kind of decreases the morale of the team. It's going to slow them down a little bit, and it's going to buy you more time on that defense, and especially on the offense, knowing that you can collapse on the side, get that spike down. That's going to be huge going forward. And as we see, A may be the move here once again, with them finding themselves a clean little third there last time.
Yeah, now we got a minute 15 on the clock in round 5 here. 3-1, 2-round deficit for Unlucky. So they're not in the best situation with economy, but if they are able to capture at least one more round here, I think they're going to be okay for the next couple. But Spectral's been playing; they've been playing pretty solid for attack, which is expected. Honestly, it's expected for the attack. But here we go. Equinox is going to enter. Oh, here we go. Enters garage, but Big Noah is waiting with a big judge, and is able to defend garage pretty well. But now there's 45 seconds on the clock. Spectral is going to go for a quick rotate to C long, and there we go. I believe this is 0327 Decipher for Spectral. I believe his name is actually Lisa, so maybe she. But Big Noah is going to get taken out here by the likes of Hawks with that off, and there we go. Lisa getting bombed down. Raccoon trapped at CT, finally getting taken out by Natesy and Mick. Now it's a 5 versus 3. They're on the retake here.
I'm actually surprised by the execution here from Spectral. These guys were a lot slower to this side this time around, and that kind of cost them with Equinox getting picked off there fairly early, getting that first frag against them when they're usually the ones that grab it. But with the way this side's being held down, the post plant coming through them, and Autumn finding himself a clean little pick over there on the mid. It's going to look possible here, very probable, but I think at this stage we're going to be looking for these exit frags, trying to go ahead and mess up the econ as much as possible with them winning this round, as Hawks is obviously going to make it out with that off.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge save for Spectral. I mean, that's going to be great, having that op again. Okay, Lisa. An inch away from that explosion. Skinny Legend actually gets taken out, so that's going to be no bueno for money side of Unreally here. Yeah, I mean, look at the difference. Not even a full buy from Unlucky, and then if you look on the side of Spectral, they could afford a couple. I mean, Lisa's got almost max money. He's at about 7K. So they're chilling over there with their money, but Unlucky really, I mean, they gotta stand up here soon. They gotta stand up here. Luckily, Autumn was able to save that Vandal from last round, so that gives them a little bit of a boost in terms of rifles. And then we're gonna have Skinny Legend, excuse me, with the Phantom. So hopefully that's able to give them a little bit of an advantage in terms of guns, or at least gunplay. Astro gonna start things off with a quick whiff. Is able to take out Equinox, but Lisa gonna be there for the trade.
Yeah, and that alone, I mean, you kind of got to play into Autumn in this round, right? He's really the only one with that Vandal or she. I mean, that Brim only has the Vandal, and you kind of had to play off that. Let Brim grab that pick, make the move upwards. You grab a gun off the next man, and so on and so forth. Try and play off that domino effect. Valor is very momentum oriented, and that's what you need to be playing off of. When we see Lisa right here trying to find a little bit of momentum here towards Garage, and getting that Cypher tripwire off is going to be pretty big, but Noah's going to throw that second one, revealing that position. And knowing that he's really been enjoying that judge so far, at least, it's kind of going to be a little bit slow to this.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be slow at this point. Look at Autumn. Look at the positioning. He gets 1, 2. No, Mel's gonna notice him just barely, and he's gonna get dropped. Look at Big Noah, Cypher versus Cypher here. Judge versus Phantom. Phantom comes out on top. Lisa able to get that pick. That's huge. And that's no more intel for Unlucky. And now it's a 4-on-2 situation. Hawks with that op looking for a quick little shot, but bomb has been planted on a site, and now the retake from UR is gonna be very troubling, but Raccoon is able to locate the kill on the Hawks, and that's 3-2.
That's going to be enough, at least. I mean, Unlucky really finding those picks, getting those guns into their hands, and kind of turning the tides a little bit. I mean, Skinny Legend has a lot of health to work with still. Reyna has that operator now in hand. And being on the defensive side, it's a much bigger threat over there than you do have it on the offense. So, I mean, they can save this round. It's going to be a 1-5 deficit there, but it's, I mean, having those weapons to play with, especially kind of managing what they did with the save round here, that's kind of insane for their side, and definitely enough to really get them going, you know, from this point forward.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now it's a whole 4-round difference. I mean, obviously this is, I like to see it as it's still anyone's game. Yeah. It's a 4-round gap. You know, that's not impossible to come back from at all. And plus we still got 6 more rounds in this half to go. So that is plenty of room for UNLR to come back here. They just have to get on point. So the good news for them, at least, is that they are able to buy. Autumn's actually going to go with a glass cannon situation, which is an op with no armor. So we're going to see that come out, and hopefully it's going to be for the best.
Yeah, that alone, I mean, one thing you got to mention is that you just said in this round, that's really what you were breaking it down to. They have a whole nother half, and they're on defense right now. This is the shorter end of the straw right now. This is definitely, you know, this predicament you don't want to be in most of the time, and being on this defense, managing one round is at least enough to brag about, but it's not enough to flaunt about until you find yourself at least another 2.
Ooh. Speaking of 2, Hawks finds 2, one with a shorty first, and then the op comes out. Now it's Natsu getting bombed down here. Skinny Legend is now in a 1 versus 4 situation with a Vandal. He's got health, a Phantom. He's got a little bit of util here. He's got the recon. Let's see if he can make it work. Okay, Natsu takes it out immediately, and now he's kind of in a 1 versus 1, which is exactly what he wants to do, turn these situations into 1v1s. But Natsu's just going to be a little bit quicker on that reaction, and that's going to leave them 6-1. UNLR not looking too hot.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, though. It's really, as we've said time and time again, defense is rough on this map. So, I mean, Unlucky really that managed one, and even then, it was on a round that was pretty scrappy. I mean, you obviously had those gun advantages. The other side was dealing with the Spectres, running off a bonus. I mean, credit where it's due. But if they were really that dominant, they would have won with those Spectres. Those guns are not dog by any means. They are not horrible to play with. They are definitely manageable. And going forward, as long as they have an ideal of what to do and how to really counter this whole layout as we see them kind of spread towards middle, and Mel and Hawk following up on it, that isn't going to be enough. You have to be a little bit quicker than that if you're going to go ahead and find yourself into the upper hand.
Yeah, the beautiful little first pick onto from Hawks, excuse me, but look at Raccoon holding B site as Equinox just kind of, I think he's just faking that wall, make him think that maybe they're going, just trying to grab some information, maybe like baiting that site a little bit, seeing what he can do there, and now he's forcing through garage. He's got Cypher behind him, so you have to wonder if they're going to be able to get onto site here, as the other Cypher's actually, Noah just misses. Oh man, okay, now he's coming back, so let's see how this pans out. Oh, there we go. Lisa catches him, beautiful headshot. Raccoon is there for the trade. 4 versus 2 now. 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb is still up for Spectral. There we go. It's finally gonna get planted. No, there we go. Now it's gonna get planted on C's site. The hands of Mel. 30 seconds on the clock. Now bomb has been planted. Raccoon holding this angle for dear life. And unfortunately, this Phoenix Equinox is very trapped. He's got both UNLR teammates, but he finds one. And there's Raccoon finally spotting him. 1 versus 4 here for Raccoon. Able to find Equinox through the flash. Now he's got all util and a little bit of a drain. 30 HP gets dropped down. This is not a good situation for him to be in. Natesy gonna finish him up. Ladies and gentlemen, 7-1 in favor of Spectral Esports.
You get tagged by that op, man, and just to keep going, the cojones. The absolute cojones to say, you know what, I know I just got slammed by an op and survived it, so let me keep on chugging forward. I respect the hustle. And I also got to respect this timeout from the side of Unlucky, really. You're now on a 1-7 deficit. It's been a little bit rough leading up to this point, I'll have to admit. I mean, even for a defensive side, you typically find 2 or 3 by this point, evening out the game, and about a 3-4 split. But, I mean, it's 3-5 at that. But, I mean, overall, 1-7 is definitely going to be rough. And going forward, when you look at the composition from both sides of these, I mean, Unlucky is not as aggressive on this attacking side. They're running the Omen instead of a Brim. They don't exactly have, too many mollies to play with. It's just a lot more crowd control than actual damage, and that's super concerning. And I think the timeout here to figure something out. It's a little bit late here in the half, but I'm excited to see what exactly could go on this round because they've been very slow on these defaults. And going forward, I think they have to speed up their game a little bit because they have to play the aggressor. I mean, you and I know we both casted with Vincent. He's going to be a guy that y'all sit there and find him on caster in a little bit. He will tell y'all right up front, he will be loud and proud to say that a little bit of aggression on the defensive side for this map will go a long way. And I think that's really what Unlucky needs right now to put themselves in more of a favorable detriment.
Yeah, I mean, Spectral at the moment, they've been so dominant. So you gotta, like, at this point, UNLR, they did just do that timeout. So that's going to be very instrumental whether or not they use that to, to clean their act up. If they're going to come out here a little bit better, maybe having to talk through your team, guys, we need to hold angles better. Let's not let's not push as much. We're defending. Let's let them come to us. But then you get Astro pushing up into short and Autumn. Thank God that shot does come through. And now they're both safe and alive on site. So that's going to be phenomenal for them because Spectral wasn't able to get that trade. So it's going to be pretty big for them.
The Omen in the shadows, you shall go. Now, where will you come out? And just not too much of a rotation coming through, just kind of using that to get across the map as quickly and efficiently as possible. That's going to be a C push here from the side of Spectral, and it looks like Unlucky. They're not exactly too ready for it, but they do have the man advantage. So as long as they play into that and get those trades 1-for-1s here, and that's not going to be the name of the game. As Lisa finds also one towards the mid, that's going to be huge for these guys.
Oh, look at the off from Hawks. Gets the information, but a little late. That Cypher all comes out. Autumn takes out Lisa, and now bomb has been planted on C site. So now it's just whether or not Spectral can hold this. And the answer for Mel, at least, is yes. He is able to take out Raccoon Feet on that. Now it's a 3 versus 2. Hawks is doing what he can with the op at CT, but Astral gonna peek barely out, takes out Nacy, and gets a 2-piece on the Hawks. 1 versus 2 here. Oh, there we go. Mel's is gonna go down at the hands of Astral, and that's gonna make a second point on the board for Unlucky. Really? There we go. The streak for Spectral is at an end for now. Let's see if Unlucky can, let's see if they can, capitalize on this situation, or will they let the sand fall through their fingers? Let's see. 7-2 is your favorite, is your score.
Yeah, and just winning that round, it was by 2-man advantage. It wasn't by 1, especially after going down. So there was an edge there for Unlucky to take, and they found it, they took it, and they won themselves another round. Showing that it's not necessarily impossible, even with that man deficit. It is a lot more kind of hard to manage when you're in the likes of a 2v4. So you kind of want to play into those 3v4s a little bit more smart, find yourself a little bit more picks, and hope a guy sits there and just clicks those heads a little bit faster. So everything going forward with this A push coming through fairly aggressive, and Lisa pushing in towards Noah there on Garage. These Cyphers are really just kind of, they got a huge ego challenge going on over there. But besides the little side plot we got going on, Lisa's actually going to win that, giving Spectral themselves that little 5-man advantage once again, having that man up. But Unlucky still has 3 ults, when besides the likes of Noah Ower here, to find themselves another round, as long as they can just use these.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
There we go. Starting things off here. A minute on the clock. Legend in that corner, but Nacy finds him. Equinox takes out Astral. Now they're both spraying. Nacy does find Raccoon Feet. Bomb gonna get planted back of Ace site, and now it's UNLR Brimstone. It's gonna be Autumn in a 1 versus 5. This is not good for him, so I think he's just gonna go ahead and just try to save that op. Watch out! Watch out! Oh, almost.
That knife definitely touched that.
Oh,
that
yeah,
knife, that's hitbox luck right there.
Sword. That sword definitely. Are you kidding me? Oh no! Oh, Mel's is about to come around this corner. That's the. Oh, look at this. They have Lisa on site. Mel's is right here. Nobody knows actually where Autumn is. There we go. Autumn with the element of surprise takes out Mel's 1 versus 4 now. Still with the op up in his hands. Not everyone is shot on Equinox. Getting drilled from 2 different directions now. There we go. No scope. Gonna finish it off, but he backs himself up into the tripwire. And guess what? Lisa's there. Oh my.
I'm sorry?
He just got knifed by Nazi from behind. That is, oh man. I knew that wasn't a good spot
Go
to
easy
be
on
in.
him. Go easy on him, Staff. Don't.
Right.
I know what you're thinking. Go easy on him.
Be nice. Be nice, guys. We're here for fun. It's fine, and $50, but you know. 8-2 is your current score. It's a 6-round deficit. Spectral was able to, or excuse me, Unlucky was able to stop the streak for Spectral just winning. They had 5 in a row. UNLR was able to put a stop to it. Now Spectral grabs 1 more, and we just have 2 more rounds in the half. So if UNLR is going to come back here, they gotta pick up their pants and do some big boy stuff right now. Hawks starting it off. Equinox picks up a second, and that's immediately a 2-man deficit for UNLR. Not a good situation on the retake.
Yeah, and also having those ults out. I mean, the Blade Storm coming out, that really is their whole lifeline right now, to find that. As long as the Astral can find these hits. And judging from those shots earlier in the knives there towards mid when we were kind of in those earlier rounds, it wasn't going to be enough. But actually finding a double will be manageable with this 2v3 situation going on, and Skinny Legend can find himself a pick on the outside.
Thank you, potential ace for Astral. Oh, no. There we go. Nate's gonna find a 2-piece to finish it off, and that is now 9-2. Astral, I mean, he did a pretty good job picking up those 2 with the Blade Storm. Not totally useless for his team. He's now 10-9, which is exactly how you want to see a duelist. And then Hawks on the other side is the mirror jet for Spectral. Dude's 9-4, 4 assists. You know, these Jets are coming out. They're not doing horrific. They're not exactly carrying, but you know, it's not really. It's not what you need in a Jet. What you need in a Jet is, you know, you can take care of yourself. You're a duelist. You can go out and get those kills to entry. Reyna's really your entry fragger. As is Equinox, that Phoenix for Spectral. He's usually vital. Phoenix is a very vital entry fragger, and Equinox at the moment, I don't think he's really bringing him out to his full potential. Not that he really needs to, because, you know, 9-2. Oh, Natesy getting tagged from 2 different directions, not gonna find anybody. Noah takes him out, and now look at the health for the UNLR Cypher. I believe that's Lisa. Not gonna be in great position here. Astro finds Equinox, and now it's a 3 versus 3 mech.
Yep, and that could be still on a huge detriment here, because Unlucky finally finding another round. At least a man advantage is what they need, and Noah going over there for the back, trying to find that flank. Is it going to be enough? As Hawks finds him and tries to go over for a little dagger play on the top, but I mean, being up 4-3, still definitely manageable. When you have that Hunter's Fury in your hands, it's the last round. You need to make sure to use it. And Skinny Legend being a little bit aggressive here is kind of scary for the likes of them, because they could lose that ultimate, but it's still in play. Raccoon Feet finding another one, so that's up 4-2. 4-1, 3-1. With the Blade Storm, Hawks, he's done it. He's kind of nutty. It could happen.
30 seconds left.
Oh, no.
Not enough, though.
The right click.
Oh!
Wait,
yeah,
what just happened?
Another man. No shot!
Oh, my
God. Switching sides.
Oh, I feel bad, dude.
I need a minute. Hawks, what are you doing, dude? Look at this. Look at this. He goes slice, headshot onto Raccoon. Doesn't hit the right click, but look at the reaction time on the op, and then he hears Brim, got big feet. Bop, beautiful ace from Hawks. Oh my goodness, dude's 14-4.
You know what? Can more people sign up for this country club? I think we have to start. We need funding to mandate drug tests in this league. I think that's what needs to go on here.
Performance enhancers for Valor.
Exactly. We gotta figure out what's going on with some of these people, because I mean that's just.
Look at that bear. Speaking of drug tests, that bear's looking a little rough around the edges. But look at Equinox. He's pushing up here. We're now in the second half. Equinox and Hawks starting things off. Raccoon there for the trade, though. 4 versus 3 now. Unlucky now on the attacking side. Astral and Raccoon going to find 1 apiece, and now it's a 2 versus 3 situation here. I love that Astral's name has Uwu in it. It's great. It's phenomenal. Just in the middle of the game. Uwu. That's it. Fine. Minute on the clock. 2 versus 3. Spectral's doing what they can with the information given. They're staying together, which I think is the play at the moment. For Spectral, you know, it's literally your 2 versus 3 situation. You should probably stick together. Now they're gonna split up, so it's gonna give them a disadvantage. Honestly, when you're defending, you gotta stick with your teammates, and that's why Mel takes out Raccoon, and there's no one there to trade him. But now it's a 2 versus 2, so maybe Astral is gonna. No, Mel's gonna take him out. 1 versus 2 now. Skinny Legend. Let's see if that song really paints him the way we need him to right now. 1 versus 2.
30 seconds left.
With a Sheriff and a Dream has got bomb. Mel's very low on health, but there we go. Lisa gets the angled, beautiful headshot. 10-2 turns into 11-2. Now a 9-round difference for Spectral. Absolutely taking charge here.
Yeah, it's a rough little start here, and as you said, can I split up there on the default? I mean, pistol round, that's not really when you want to be doing that. You want to be playing for those trades. Nobody's doing the damage to really go off by themselves. Obviously, if somebody is a sheriff and they're, you know, the likes of maybe God himself playing Valor, you can go ahead and get that 5-piece by yourself, but that's not really the situation 9 times out of 10. And you need to be playing those trades. You're going to be playing the team game that is Valor, and we're just not seeing enough of that right now for them to get this edge.
Yeah, we're really not. UNLR's got to come back here. Hawks, beautiful positioning with that Judge. Almost gets taken out here, though, by Big Noah. But guess what? Big Noah, not much health and not much visibility. Hawks takes him out. Natezy gets one
enemy
for himself. Lisa takes 1, and there we go. Hawks going to get a 3-piece to finish it off. 11-2 now, 12-2. Ladies and gentlemen, Map 1 has officially reached match point. Now, if UNLR has any kind of chance of moving on tonight, they got to get 10 in a row here. That's what it comes down to.
I mean, let's be.
We've seen crazy things. Yeah, we've seen it
before. So I mean, the game, we're not going to call it right now, and we also have a timeout coming through. So I mean, if we take a little bit of a reference, we take a little blast of the past when they had their first timeout on defense, they won that round that they timed out. So maybe just giving themselves a little minute to pause because this game is so momentum oriented. Biggest issue is that momentum is really on the side of these defenders right now, because what we're seeing out of Spectral is they're playing that aggression on the defense side. Is that ego? Is that, you know, kind of just absolute confidence after playing on cloud 9 from that first half? Or is that really just them playing the map? And that's what we're going to see a little bit more out of over the course of the night if they do come around to these later games. But for right now, it really just leaves a lot of questions up in the air to be answered of whether or not what is really tactics and what is just these personalities of the players.
Yeah, it really comes down to, like, obviously there's a huge you know, information about each player individually. That's gotta count for something, how these guys play by themselves. But the thing is, we're not alone. So it comes down to how you can play with your team, with the guys that you've been practicing for, may it be weeks or months or even a couple days or maybe a couple hours. It is going to come down to how you play with the guys next to you. So obviously we're online. We're not at LAN. It's not really next to you, but you know, Equinox and Natezy going to start things off with a crazy rotate or the crazy flank. There we go.
Finds one.
Mel's going to steal the second though. Lisa finds 1 as well. 1 versus 3. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Natezy gonna finish things off 13-2. 13-2 in favor of Spectral. That is a huge way to show up in the first game of the night. Such a dominant performance from them.
That's most definitely a route. That's a whole chicken wrap from McDonald's. That's a whole burrito from Moe's. That's everything is covered. All the meat, potatoes. The whole shebang is wrapped up there, dude. Just go with it. Just go with it. But everything, I mean, just leading up, how that match panned out. Spectral giving themselves one heck of a start. Obviously, they had themselves a little bit of a war. They're here ready to play, and they're feeling hot enough. And especially after this game, they're feeling on fire. They have all the coals ready to just get that train running all the way to the end. Thing is, are they going to run into something a little bit harder? You know what I'm saying? It really comes down to the question of what happens when an unstoppable force and a movable wall kind of collide against each other. So we may see that later on. And, you know, as you kind of said earlier, we didn't get that overtime. So, you know, obviously cursed that away. and we got a little bit closer to your side of the field. You said that 13-0. You're kind of you're playing with death here a little bit, buddy, because 13-2 is pretty darn close.
Yeah,
and not exactly what we were looking for.
It was not a very showing performance here from Unlucky. I mean, like we covered at the beginning in the pregame, we've never seen these teams. A lot of teams tonight, we have no idea where they're coming from or how they play or the way they react to things. So that's going to be huge for us. So Unlucky, unfortunately, just unlucky, gonna catch an 11-round deficit to lose the first map of the night, which was Haven again. Spectral, 13-2. It was such a dominant performance from them. I can't that's not only have they never participated in here, but they've never gone against Unlucky, and Unlucky's never gone against them. So this was kind of like a way to examine things and catch a basis. And real quick, Hawks, the Jet for I believe that's Spectral, 19-6, and that is exactly what you want to see from a duelist. That's 19-6. You want to see that. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah.
I mean, all in all, the other Jet, Astral for UNLR, 13-13 with 1 assist. So all in all, a 1 KD. That wasn't a horrific showing from that Jet. It was all. I don't think it was any one specific person's fault for UNLR for Unlucky. I think all in all, they just weren't together for this first match, and that happens. It does happen, but it's not about losing. It's about how you react to that loss. So are they going to pick themselves up and come back next week and be way better than they were, or are they just going to lay down? It just depends on that. But again, Spectral, such a dominant showing.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you on that. And one thing we kind of failed to mention when really bringing up these scores and the scoreboard for both of these sides, I mean, obviously Hawks going off and Astral kind of following up, doing what Jets do best. But, I mean, I like to sit there and pride myself on really kind of being a color caster, us being casters, just both of us, and just looking at the game and analyzing it to some extent for y'all's pleasure. And also, I mean, this is also for these players as well. This is for them to come back. If they really want to sit there and make themselves better, they will come back to this VOD, figure out what exactly went wrong, what went right, and find it from that big area of view before you can get a whole read of what's going on in the game. And I think here for Skinny Legend and for Big Noah, those setups just weren't really doing it. Skinny Legend being that Sova, not playing passive enough, because there were times, remember with that Hunter's Theory, when Jet got that ace, when Hawks got that ace, there was not enough passive play. There was not that util usage that you need as a Sova to play into. It was a little bit more, there's one man left, get him. That's Hawks you're talking about. You got to sit there and have a second thought when you're really saying that to yourself. And Big Noah, that setup over there towards Garage, just every single time during defense, there needs to be a little bit more lineups there. Haven is very aggressive. Y'all have to slow the game down. So with that being said, any team going forward that is going to face these guys, let me just tell you right now, at least for the next map, make sure you don't get Haven, because if they get offense again, they're going to be absolutely just riding high as a kite. And they're going to say, we've done this once, we can do it again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So with that, not being Fro, we are going to fix ourselves up a little bit of a break here, I'm assuming, with us closing out this first match, because we will be rejoining you here in a little bit. All of you, all gorgeous 140 of you that I'm looking at right now.
Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely nutty. We will be back here in a second to join y'all for some more Pit of Valor with Map 2.
You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster. Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. I love that. That was like some anime, like, we're back though. I am Sir Mickey. I'm joined by the man with a couple less letters than me. He's on this side, not that side. It's over here. My man, Mick. We just took a quick break after a very, very, very dominant performance from Spectral Esports on Haven against Unlucky, really, and it was unlucky, really. 13-2. Really. It was very unlucky. Next, we are going to see on Ascent, which is my favorite map, personally. I love Ascent. It's a great Sova map. And we're going to see Taipan Esports going up against Team Zone. Taipan, I believe, is going to go ahead and start off on defense. Zone's going to be on attack. Mick, have we seen these guys before? Have you seen these guys before?
I personally have not seen these guys before.
Neither am I.
We're full of surprises today, just across the board. And not team, sides, results, just across the board, everything being brought to the table. I'm sure, once again, I love referring to the guy because I love messing with him, Vincent. He would sit there and be ticked about Ascent right now. He can't stand this map. But it's a good thing you and I like it. Because
I love Ascent, dude.
Not for Sova specifically, just because of how open it is there towards the middle. You have a nice little intersection. It's like we were talking there during the break about traffic and car accidents. As odd as that sounds, but this has a nice flow of traffic to it. It's got a nice little intersection there in the middle, leading yourself to every single site. There's many
4 different on-ramps. I mean,
exactly, dude. It is literally inspired by, what was it? New York traffic, Austin traffic, wherever it is.
It was just general traffic in general. I don't even know how it started, but nonetheless, we're here on map 2. We're just about ready to get into it. And again, dude, I can't get over it. We're on Pit of Valor 50, and we have 128 teams tonight. And those are high numbers, but you know what else is very up high?
What?
22 floors in the air, 22 floors in the air, and a skyscraper, 22 floors at Innovation Square. That's where we're going to have our first location for GLG. Huh?
Bars?
What, was I rapping on accident? I do it all the time.
You're like 22 feet in the air, and 22, Innovation Square.
22 floors.
Your hair, because I'll be there.
But Innovation Square, later this year, we're going to get our official physical headquarters for Great Lakes Gaming in Rochester, New York. ! GLG LAN in chat for more information on that. Again, more information in chat on ! GLGCC. Mick is going to tell you all about our country club.
A country club. All right, y'all love going out and swinging some old clubs at the balls, right? That's not what this is. This is something completely different, where you guys are going to sit there, and if you do enjoy playing in the Pit of Valor, if you want to do this in the future and have yourself a guaranteed spot, $10 a month, it's a membership. It's a little bit higher than Crunchyroll. I know he was talking about me being a weeb earlier. A little bit higher than Crunchyroll, a little bit less expensive than Netflix, but guess what? You can make your money back, fourfold at least. So, that's how it really pans out. If you could sit there and get on top, win yourself a Pit of Valor, because with that membership, you will find yourself a guaranteed spot into every single Pit of Valor for that month. Not just for yourself. You only need one person on your team to have that membership, and every single one on that team gets in for free alongside them. So it's literally a referral system on crack. So, I mean, there's really no loss. If you want to play Valor, you want to sit there and get in some tournaments for win some money, win some moolah, and also have a guaranteed spot to play around on this, because, we got 128 teams today, but that's going to be kind of ticking down a little bit. Because today's a little special at number 50. But going forward, we are going to be tweaking it out a little bit, and we are going to be a little bit more limited on spots. So if you want to go ahead and guarantee yourself one of those, make sure to go onto GLG's website, figure everything out that you got to, and really just educate yourself on us, because we'll be here, we'll be ready for you, and we'll be casting the same exact game as we always have.
Exactly, Valor. That's our bread and butter. That's our thing. Okay, Pit of Valor is GLG official. If you hear about GLG, played Pit of Valor with them one time. That's cool. That's that's our bread and butter. That's us. That's us right here. Every Wednesday at 5:30 Eastern, Pit of Valor right here on Great Lakes Gaming.
Yep.
Speaking of, if you guys want to keep up to date with everything that Mick just said, everything I just said, go on twitter.com/GL Gaming Lounges. That's Great Lakes Gaming Lounges on Twitter as well. ! Discord will also get you into our server. You can get in contact with staff if you have any questions about anything, about the country club, anything like that. If you got any questions, any inquiries on anything, Discord and Twitter is going to be the place to ask. Also, we are currently, again, we're on Ascent. It's Taipan Esports versus Team Zone. We got KO. Is that KO?
Yeah,
we got KO.
baby! We got KO. Okay. We got KJ. We got K's all over the place, man. We got the cutie from Germany and the robot she built, and it's an absolute unit of a squad here. Because on the other side of the field, we're going to be breaking out the beautiful, the deadly redhead that is Sky as well. Maybe if Kovacs doesn't change himself, he's going to be switching over to Cypher. He's equally as beautiful on the inside, but we're getting a lot of kind of toys here from these guys. Not really establishing themselves on anything, but we are getting a pretty good idea of what everybody wants to get out. And I'm kind of liking the side of these defenders first, if I do say so myself. Taipan, kind of.
Yeah. They're looking pretty solid. I mean, they got a Sentinel, they got their smokes plus whatever Astra likes to use, her gravity well and all that, and they have Recon as Sova, and they got the Duelist for Jet, and they also have they have 2 Initiators, so that's going to be double information, as well as some more flashes in the form of KO, and then we have Tenjiro as Killjoy for that Sentinel. On the other side of things, another Killjoy. We got in this game, double Sova, double Killjoy, double Jet. So
yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, as much as I would have loved to see Sky, it's not going to work. You need to have yourself a Sentinel. I think Zone, they saw that towards the end. They said, I mean, obviously Smoke's going to do a little bit of good here, but we need to make sure to have some util that's going to stay on the field and kind of give us a little bit of an edge when we're on this defense. Slow the game down a little bit, and Killjoy being the absolute staple pick for this map.
Oh yeah, on any map. Haven is the one I stress this on the most because defenders are at such a disadvantage on the map. But on any map in general, you need at least 1 Killjoy or 1 Cypher on your team. Sage is a Sentinel, but let's be honest, she doesn't hold an area as well as Cypher or Killjoy could. Yeah. She's got the wall, but all in all, that's really her only, like, aside from her slow orbs, I mean, the wall is mainly it's the main thing a Sage main relies on is the wall. So I mean, all in all, I think Killjoy and Cypher should be the picks for any map in terms of Sentinel. On this map, we're going to see a double Killjoy. We're not going to see a Cypher, so that's going to be interesting right off the gate.
Yeah, we're also going to see how it's going to pan out and really who's going to have this big advantage right off the rip because we got these pistol rounds going underway. We got this team moving themselves over towards this B side a little bit more because we have Goose alongside 2 of his advocates here over there to make a little bit of mischief on that side of the field. We're going to have to see a little bit of a huge kind of setup towards the A side. So it's going to have to be a quick little retortion here.
That's a nice pinger. Isn't that the cat from Captain Marvel? Goose? Pretty sure. But Prof now trapped in market, and Tenjiro trapped on site by himself with nothing but a classic and a dream. Not able to find one. Jadon takes him out. Kovac's going to go ahead and get bombed down. It's a man disadvantage for Taipan as Team Zone going to go ahead and just take site with ease.
Yeah, quick little take here. I mean, that's what you get with having that advantage, knowing where you're going to move. Meanwhile, defense has to figure it out. And Taipan being a little bit slow to react there. And, I mean, Sova getting flipped off a little bit. Conrad finding himself a pick. Everybody really just making some great shots here. But there are retaliating tenfold.
That Teach picks up 2, but Prof gonna go ahead and make sure that first round goes in the direction of Taipan. That gravity well. I don't know if that gravity well was, I don't know if it was on screen enough to be seen by everyone, but it was fantastic from Slam. He put down that gravity well right next to Bomb, and literally 3 people got trapped in it, and that's how you play Astra. It's honestly such a fantastic move. If there's a huddle of people, you go ahead and throw down your Astra Star. You can either concuss them or gravity well them and keep them trapped in the same corner. Either way, you're going to do a good amount of damage with that ability if they get caught in it. So you just got to know how to play Astra, and apparently Slammed does know how to do so, and that's going to be first round in the way of Taipan Esports. It's a beautiful, it was like a surgical retake. It was phenomenal. But now round 2 is going to start off. We're going to see some SMG buys from both sides. So let's see if TZ can bring it back.
And just a whole kind of answer there from the sides of Taipan. What a great little answer to find themselves, especially after Zone getting themselves such a strong little start here. And we're going to see a little bit of a follow-up as well, and maybe Slam really just follows up as he does, along with Professor over there on the side. It's enough to give him a little bit of an advantage, and Comrade!
Oh my.
Oh my god!
Oh my.
I blinked! That was it!
Are we...
It's okay, we're getting a replay. Don't blink.
Yeah,
Don't blink this
that's
time.
okay.
Y'all probably y'all's eyes open. It only lasts about 3 seconds.
Look at this. Slammed initiates the smoke, and then they both get one. And he decides to push, and it kind of works. Conrad picks up one, and then the second prop is there for another. And that was all she wrote for round number 2. TPN playing that to perfection. 2-0 now.
Yeah, huge. But now attackers are going to have those rifles in their hands. They're not on a bonus like the side of Taipan right now. So that really comes down to what can happen. And Killua moving up here. I know you talked about anime earlier. I didn't even notice we had a Killua out here on the field. So let's go. That's kind of nutty. That's kind of cool. But
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
Is that anime? I don't watch anime.
Yeah. Oh, you could have. Oh no. Well, we are watching ourselves here a little bit of a trades as Team Zone's going to find themselves a clean little exchange there towards Tree. They're making themselves over maybe at home towards this A site because Slammed is going to get slammed, and we are going to have this fight going down here pretty soon.
Yeah, there we go. A little bit of information for the defending team. They spot Goose, but are they going to be executed? There we go. Jadon, beautiful. Makes it a 1-on-4 now. This is not a good position for that Sova. Poor guy. It's going to be Prof in this predicament. There we go. Information comes in. Jadon peeks up, and he's able to connect the headshot. Takes out Prof, and that's going to be 3 in a row for Taipan. No, sorry. No. 2 for Taipan, 1 for Team Zone. Excuse me, 2-1 is your score.
Yeah, this is Team Zone's first round they just picked up here. It's going to be that rifle round where they go ahead and get themselves, but this is where Taipan has a little bit of answer because they're going to be buying themselves as well. And Conrad with that op, possibly lining up there in the mid. That's going to be exciting because we're going to see that little bit of a matchup from Killua and Taipan there in the center, maybe towards that panels with the Phantom versus Op battle. So I would love to see how that kind of runs out. But with everybody having these real guns in their hands, this is where we're going to see these first picks being a lot more impactful.
For sure, these ARs is where the damage really comes out. And immediately starting it off, we're going to get some information from Prof. He's going to spot at least 3, so they know they're coming B. But here we go. The setup comes in. Dream sends Jadon back. Prof going to be able to get that quick little capitalization onto Killua. And now 4 versus 5 as Killua does go down. Conrad takes a little bit of a flash mid. Spots Jadon. There we go. Takes him out. And that's a huge disadvantage for TZ starting off here. Now 2-man disadvantage. Minute on the clock. They still do have bombs, so that's something for them. And it looks like they're going to try to head towards A site as Teach is trying to clear out Tree with the help of that Sova drone. But Conrad's holding this angle beautifully. Just needs to wait. There it is. No. Teach barely clicker with that headshot. Yeah, you gotta hit those. 40 seconds on the clock. Here comes Kovacs with bomb. He gets taken out by Tanjiro. Killjoy Violence gonna make it a 2 versus 4 as Teach takes out Tanjiro. 2 versus 3 now. Teach gonna go ahead and try to get bomb down. Goose is covering from what he can. They get the information. They know they're up top. But are they gonna be able to do anything about it? Beautiful shock dart from Prof. Gonna take out Teach and drops. Gets the 3rd. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be 3-1.
It is going to be a 3-1 lead here for the likes of Taipan, and it's going to be a great little kind of setup there. I mean, it was a little bit rough of a start, but it was enough because we saw how they were holding themselves up towards B. I mean, that mid Conrad kind of getting picked off is a little unfortunate, but it's going to be enough because they're going to grab it again. They're going to go ahead and hand it off and say, you know what, dust it off. Don't even worry about it. We got your back. We're here because TPM Professor over there just absolutely going off, as we can see in this
6-1, dude.
Just absolutely showing with the work, here to play, but not play games. I'll tell you that much because enough is enough going forward. And we see them in this defense once again, kind of shutting them down. And Killua was actually going to be kind of scrapping things together because if they lose this round, especially with 1 man on a rough buy, that's going to be huge going forward.
Oh, yeah. And real quick, I want to clear something up. Earlier, I straight up lied to you, Mick. I have seen Taipan Esports in the past, on the past Pit of Valor. They are pretty phenomenal. Also, Spectral Esports from the last game, I've seen them, they've been with GLG for a while, and I totally just slipped my mind. I apologize, but here we go. It's like, yeah, my brain's not working tonight. Dream gonna start things off, but gets traded out nice and quick here. Conrad, look at the positioning, beautiful shot from him. The reaction time comes through, but Jadon quicker on the reaction, takes him out. Slam gets the refrag. 2-3 now.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Taipan.
Yeah, this is a 1 versus 3 now. Oh, Teach not in a good position. He's gonna make sure that they don't get that op, and that's really probably the best decision for him at this point, because if he's in a 1 versus 3. The advantage is definitely towards Team Zone. Look at Slam covering this angle beautifully. Teach just peeks right into it. But here's the thing: Team Zone, they don't have access to that op. They don't have the op anymore. He sees it, Slam barely sees it, but he's not able to recover it. So that's gonna be, that helps out Taipan a little bit. Helps them, Team Zone, helps them out a little bit with Taipan not able to collect that op. So, there's a little bit of an advantage there. Or not, maybe not an advantage, but, Team Zone, Taipan doesn't have an advantage over Taipan all in all. Aside from the current, the current economy situation for TZ. Not doing too hot. They're going all sheriffs.
Yeah, but we do see actually Killua running these knives, so that could be the little trump card they have up their sleeve to really give him an edge if he can find himself at least one to play off of for the rest of his team. But with that coming through, with the dashes not being fast enough here, recons, man. Slam having that answer, just really shutting stuff down here because Catwalk's open and Slam is hitting it.
Oh! Conrad coming from up top, wants to join in on the fun, takes out one, Dream picks up another. Now it's a 1 versus 4 for Killua, and he's not, that was just not a good position for him to be in. Prof gonna take him out 5-1 now in favor of Taipan Esports. Could this be, Mick, could this be another 13-2 situation?
No.
I'm hoping not.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that, because I really just don't want it, if I'm being honest. I mean, Zone, they're looking fairly impressive. I mean, they're definitely a lot more composed than we've seen out of the previous squad. But it really just comes down to them tightening up. And I mean, obviously you sit there. The thing is their pushes and their initial pushes are very good. They've gotten themselves on these sides. They're getting the bomb down, but they're just not having these post plants they want to really play off of. And I think it's really hurting them. But these last couple rounds playing off the advantage purely because Taipans just have better economy to play with. I mean, they just can't win these gunfights. It's a lot tougher to even get on the site now.
Conrad got trapped. Conrad got trapped in that Killjoy, and there we go. Now they're pushing onto A site. They have bomb. Not down quite yet. Prof gonna prevent the plant, but he's not gonna get any damage off of it. Just a little bit of information. And now Spike does get planted. Killua picks one off, but Conrad gonna get a quick little trade ski. Now Dream's gonna watch behind, but here comes Jet. They're gonna find one. Oh, Jadon shuts him down nice and quick. Looking for a second. Prof is there though. 3 versus 2 situation now. This is going to be one hell of a retake for Taipan. It's got to be. It's the information. They have boost at wine. One's on site. It's going to be Kovacs. Beautiful positioning from him. And Prof not able to lock it in. Kovacs going to solidify finally a second point on the board for Team Zone. 5-2 now.
I just noticed how much I love these names. We got so many anime names in here. Kovacs. That's pretty good. That's I'll give creds for that one. Well, I mean, everything just panning out. Also got to give creds here to Team Zone for finding themselves a second round. It's been a while. It's been a while for them. They've had a little bit of a rough run up to this point, but they're finally finding their stride a little bit, playing into it. As it's only a 3-round deficit, they have rifles to play with. Econ isn't exactly looking in the best shape, so they kind of need to follow up with this and find another. But with Jadon running that ultimate, getting the running back in, that could be huge if they find themselves onto this side.
But he doesn't really have that much information. He just, all they know is that there's a Killjoy turret and he took it out, so there's not even that. And it helps a little bit on the entry, but all in all, the lack of information is what's going to hurt him here. But Kovac's going to get bombed down nonetheless. And now it's a retake for Taipan. Are they able to solidify this? Jadon holding strong on site with the rest of his team. I mean, it's 5 versus 3. Taipan not in a, they're not where they want to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. They're just kind of held up here. They have the op in hand for the likes of Khan and, I mean, Professor can find one here. Maybe a second with that 6 help, but missing that shot is not going to help anybody. And I think, yeah, Conrad, just get out of there. Play for exits. Grab that one. And get yourself out of there.
Dashed right into that bullet almost. But yeah, Conrad is going to be able to save that op. Now it's 5-3. There we go. Team Zone finally picking it up a little bit. 2 in a row now. Let's see if they can make it 3. Or will the cookie crumble into a million pieces? 5-3. 2-round deficit. This is not impossible for TZ at all. This is very, very doable to tie it up, and they got 4 more rounds to play with. So, you know, even if Taipan ends up taking a round or 2, they still have room. They still have room to mess around with. You know, the first half is nowhere near being done. We're only 8 rounds in. We're heading into round 9, so there's plenty of room for both teams to kind of mess around in this first half. It's the second half, it's the score at the end of the first half that really is going to affect you. Look at that KO knife, all the information coming out. And now the rotate from Taipan. Look at them. They're all slowly crawling towards A site. Okay, Conrad. Okay, Conrad.
Get out of my way.
Very nice pick there on the Kovacs. Going to start it off 4 versus 5 now. And I think J-Don's looking for an entry here, but the problem is there was so much information given to the defending side, so they know exactly where TZ's at. So they have to, it's almost like they have to play their game and rotate, you know? But look at Conrad. Oh, not quite able to lock it down. He legs him. Legs in there, yeah. That was really unfortunate. Teach able to solidify that. Hold on mid, and here we go. Team Zone, all mid, all gonna get affected by that KO knife, and here we go. Dream holding it pretty well.
Not coming in is kind of huge here, but with, I mean, you got a lot more knives on the side of Kilo over here, and he's been through it all game. He's definitely can make a play out here because it's a 4v4. Omen doesn't exactly have all the health in the world to play with.
30 seconds
but
left.
Professor is only running an Ares, so there's a lot of kind of differences here from each side. Taipan kind of on a managing buy here, but Jadon.
Oh, there we go.
And
quick trade. Quick trade. Jadon to Jiro. Was he flashed on that? I don't know. But now it's a 1 versus 4. Bomb is making his way to B site. There we go. Goose gonna go for the plant, but is he able to connect it? Yes, just barely. But Dream's already on site, and he's got a Killjoy bot to worry about too. Tanjiro's on site. That goes down. Tanjiro goes down along with his turret, and now Goose is in a 1 versus 2. He's still got Dream in that spot. There comes the flash. He's able to avoid him. Slammed, drained down to 10 HP, but it doesn't matter because he was just that much quicker on the shots, and that is going to be now 6-3 as Taipan once again taking control of the map.
And that, yeah, it definitely will be enough going forward. We got ourselves in a 6-3 advantage here for the side of Taipan. Did a great job solidifying that round for themselves. So nice little answer, nice little start there as well to kind of give themselves the edge because, I mean, as I said earlier, I mean, they were not dealing with the best buys overall. Professor had the Ares. I mean, Tandro, or Dream, excuse me, had that judge to play with. Everybody was kind of just managing buys. So I'd say to some extent it was kind of thrifty, especially with them to manage out as well as they did. And going forward, Team Zone's now in that same exact situation. You look at them, they're really nobody's sitting too healthy except for Jadon. He has himself a little bit of slack for the next round if need be, but everybody else going to have to manage something. And flash on your team is super unlucky.
Totally just killed himself there. That is so unfortunate. Dream's able to pick it up. Conrad with the not able to find anybody. Yeah, just barely misses that shot. What is Dream doing here? Oh, he's gonna do the I know what he's doing. He's doing the Jonas flash. But Prof holding him down mid, doing what he can. Conrad finds Kahlua. So that's gonna be it's definitely gonna be a disadvantage for Team Zone here now. All of a sudden it's, you know, it's a 3 versus 5. They do have bombs, so that's a little bit of help, but all in all, it's not looking too hot for them.
Yeah, just holding angles, playing the defaults at this point. When you're in a 5v3, you're on the defense. Just they're gonna have to reset. They're gonna be a little bit scared. And Kovacs is gonna pick off there in mid, getting that intel, and Tandro making that call to run towards A. Is going to be enough for these guys to react to and go ahead and get this set up, but. That spike being down is really the biggest deal because Peach, not enough. You stuck him in a really bad spot there.
Yeah, very well played by Taipan now with a 4-round difference, 7-3. 2 of those being in a row. I mean, Team Zone, you know, Team Zone's not playing horribly. I think they just need to have a little bit better communication. And then on top of that, they need to work on their post-plant holds, because that's what's really killing them, is how easily Taipan is just easy to... It's so easy for them to just come in on site and just wreck up their whole plan. Team Zone has got to be a little bit more, or they got to be a lot more just immovable when it comes to the post-plant defense. That's all it really comes down to. But look at Tanjiro here with the lockdown, early lockdown. He's gonna get a lot of company. They're all trying their best to take out that lockdown. Tanjiro finds one, but Kahlua is there for the refrag. Lockdown gets taken out. Prof's there with the Aldrome with the information. Dreams coming behind. Shock darts are coming in. Prof looking for any kind of damage here. He's not doing too hot on health, but Conrad and Slammed are there for the back. Able to get found through that wall. Jadon looks for one and looks for the second, but Slammed is going to be able to take him out now. 8-3. It is now the last round before the first half.
I got money.
This is what Team Zone needs to decide if they're going to let it be a 3-9 or a 4-8.
Yeah, and I think 4-8 is
yeah, 4-round comeback is a lot easier than a 6-round comeback.
Yeah, especially being on the start. You have, even if you can get those pistol rounds, get that follow-up and that guarantee round, you're basically going to be right 2 behind with momentum on your side. So there's going to be plenty to play with if you can get in that situation. But they have to go ahead and win this round. And with all the buys coming through, everybody has enough to play with on this last round, especially Taipan, because they have 4 ults. But the biggest contributing factor is going to be Conrad finding that initial pick.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be huge money from them. An op kill. I mean, the money doesn't matter because it's last round, but still. It's a very, very great early pick, and Goose is going to find a refrag on the Slam with the Hunter's Fury. Very early Hunter's Fury. It was a strange play from them. I would have saved it for post-plant, perhaps.
Blocking sight.
But doesn't matter. 4 versus 4 minute on the clock. Bomb is making its way to A site. Tanjiro's holding down heaven with the help of that jet, and Kovacs can go ahead and put bomb down. Nano swarms all around it, but he gets taken out by Prof with the Hunter's Fury. So now Team Zone is just that much closer to being defeated on the post plant. Teach finds one, Dream finds one, Goose, Tanjiro, Teach all find one. There's so much happening. Tanjiro gonna go ahead and clean it up. Clean off your screen. Now 9-3 as we're heading into the second half. Still in favor of Taipan Esports here, guys.
Yeah,
very dominant first half from them, honestly.
Dude, that's just the thing about
solid.
That's just KO, dude. I mean, just time and time again, I play him in public lobbies. I have my fair share of fun with him.
Switching sides.
And the fact that he has so much health as he does when he's in a down but not out stage, and especially when you're in those kind of wide open scenarios where you can get a read of where everybody is, you're still in the game. It's not even like Valor at that point where you're saying, okay, I can't really do too much for my team. I can make a call. I can kind of go around and, you know, ease up their throats and kind of let them kind of just worry about the game while I make the calls. But when you're in that situation, it's more like Rainbow Six Siege. You see exactly what's going on. You have eyes on the field and your own perspective, and you bring a new outlook. So, going forward.
Yeah, going forward, this second half is definitely going to be, it's going to be interesting. You know, you have to wonder if this is an attacking side of map at this point. That's 9 for Taipan, 3 for Team Zone. So we're going to figure out if Team Zone has better luck on the defense side.
Yeah, and I mean, that's definitely plus. I mean, everything panning out for this map, I've seen a lot of back and forth. Every single team has been bringing out a lot to the field here. And it's kind of up in the air. I mean, I think it really, at the end of the day, just comes down to team comm diffs, and that's really what it could dwindle down to. But right now, the game isn't over. They have more rounds, and Goose going to grab himself one as Dream's going to trade it out.
Yeah, Dream with a 2-piece, starting things off with a 3-piece. Potential ace here from him, honestly. Oh, Kovac's going to find him, though. Very good try from him, though. He finds 3. Not able to find the 4th or 5th, and now it's, I mean, Bomb is on B site. They're closing that mid door to market, and Prof's got all the information. Knows where the last 2 players are. They're in their spawn. The recon gets taken out, but the turret's there. Not for long. Here comes the nano swarms. Jadon, quicker than a speeding bullet, is able to take that out, but look at the jet circling around from mid. Look at the mini-map, guys. Oh, this is going to be huge if he's able to find anybody off of this. Prof gets pushed. Jadon gets taken out. Tanjiro's there for the quick trade, but Kovacs takes him out. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Kovacs versus Conrad. And just like that, beautiful one-tap Aruski from Conrad is going to send it into the next round, 10-3, with a 7-round difference. The first round of the second half goes in the favor of Taipan.
Yeah, and that's concerning, especially already having that lead and then just carrying on with it as you see all these force buys coming through for the side. Team Zone's getting a lot more desperate because they are also forcing themselves as well. And if they get shut down here once again because they have, you know, that heavy armor advantage over them, it's going to be rough going forward, and it may actually be spelling the end of the match here just regardless, because you're not going to have enough money on that third round to really get yourself those rifles to play with.
Yeah, exactly. They're just, I think the main thing that Team Zone is not getting done tonight is the trades. I think that's costing them a huge amount of territory and a huge amount of points. All in all, it's costing them a lot of men. They're not able to get those trades off, so they're just losing sight that much quicker. Speaking of losing sight, they just lost bomb. It's still in attacking spawn, and we got a minute on the clock, so I wonder how they're gonna play this. There we go. This is gonna get picked up. Prof finds one on the goose. Tanjiro's in a bit of a skirmish with his teammate there at B, and now bomb is heading towards B site. Oh, Jadon finds Conrad. Oh, Kovacs gets shock darted. That was a beautiful arrow there. Kovacs very low on sight. Jadon goes down. There we go. Hostiles have been detected. Slammed. Gonna go ahead and take advantage of that knowledge. And there we go. Green and Tanjiro gonna finish it off. One apiece. And now Taipan Esports just 1 point away from match point. 11-3.
And it's, I know this may be completely random, but just kind of like, I got a question for Tandra if you're watching this. Why aren't you running Elder Flame, dude? You know Tandra has, you know, the fire breathing technique, and it, like, I know there's not a thing yet, but that would be so dope.
Is that an anime thing?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Killua and Tandra are both little anime
should
names.
Rename every Wednesday to Pit of Weebs. All right. So it's 11-3. That's the current score. We have fun here. We have fun here. Oh, okay. Teach gonna start it off. Beautiful headshot on the green.
He's having some fun.
Oh yeah. Woo. Nice little start, Sheriff Boop coming around that corner. That's a nice start to the round from TZ. That's what you want to see for them. Is that early first pick that's going to give them a huge advantage because Taipan wasn't able to trade it. So now it's a man advantage. Look at Jadon though, going to make it that much more worse for Taipan. Come on, let's go! Takes a book out of KO's cage here, takes out Tanjiro, finds the Spectre. There's one in that smoke, I'm pretty sure. No, he backed out. Now he's sitting tiles. Sova's sitting tiles. This is Jadon just barely misses that Prof sitting at tiles. So this is definitely an interesting round nonetheless. There we go. Slam pushing through tree, takes out Teach. His Jets on site taking damage. They gotta play this nice and quick. Here comes the abilities from Slammed. Smoke pops up. Health across the board is not looking too hot. Still a 3 versus 3 situation here. They're on post-plant defense for Taipan, but Slam is in the smoke. Not able to find one. Conrad takes it. Jadon takes out Slam, picks up a second on the Conrad. Prof doing what he can from tree room, but now he's got to get on site for post-plant. He's in a 1 versus 2. They have sight. He's got to get it back. Takes out Jadon. He's got one to his left, but he has no idea. Killua gonna get a wallbang headshot, and there we go. Team Zone is not done quite yet. Taipan Esports still in the lead though, 11-4.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on how they really panned out for these guys. I mean, the Vandals coming through and the Spectres, everything kind of being a really diverse vibe from both sides. It left a lot of questions to be answered, and a Team Zone, them coming out on the end, that's really all that matters for these guys when they're trying to make this comeback, because match point is not on the table just yet. Taipan is still 1 short. The buys are getting a little bit more evened out as we see Taipan actually going through a little bit more sufficiently, but Team Zone has themselves across the board just a lot more to play with when you're talking about each individual man. And when you just look at this, they may have themselves another round in the back.
It's very likely here. It's very likely here. Oh, that's not going to be a great start to things for Jadon. He gets detected, but Slammed ultimately is going to go ahead and take out Teach. So that's going to be man advantage for Taipan to start it off. Very early man advantage, I might add.
Yep, that will be enough. Going on 3v3, 2v3, excuse me. Okay.
Oh,
okay. Professor a little bit low across the board, but Tanjiro getting smoking another man right now. Having to make onto themselves onto the site and being a little bit slow and methodical with it. And I kind of understand that. Team Zone, they're on defense here. They don't exactly have too much depth to play with, and they're fighting against this match point, which really just spells a lot out if they find themselves finished on it.
Yeah, I mean, we're suddenly in a 2 versus 2 situation. Tanjiro's lockdown buys them that much more time. That was a perfect position from him, and now it's Kovacs and company on the retake, and they're not doing too good. The gravity well messes them up, delays that push even further. Now Tanjiro's in a great spot to get some damage done. Takes out Kovacs. The quick reaction on to Goose also, and that's going to be, ladies and gentlemen, match point.
Match point.
It's 12-4. All of a sudden, it's 12-4.
It's double the scoreline we've seen from the last map. So we're getting a little bit more promise here. Maybe is it, 2 rounds per map? Notice that we're kind of a little pattern we got, or is it doubling every single time? Is the real question. Is the next game going to be a 12-6 or is it going to be a 12-8? Really what's going on here. And I think it really comes down to whether or not Taipan can close out this game or not, because there are still rounds left to be answered. And with Goose on himself that little shot right there, trying to spam the Odin, almost taking out Professor.
Prof, 17 HP and 100 Fury, not gonna find anybody. Does a little bit of damage. There we go. Tanjiro finds a capitalization onto Goose. My words just left my brain. I don't know how to use them anymore. Teach, find, slam. 4 versus 4 now. Oh, Conrad taken out by Kahlua at Market. Kovacs gets taken out as well. 3 versus 3. The numbers game keeps dwindling for both teams. Kahlua, beautiful shots on the Dream. Finds the second on Tanjiro after he gets traded, though. Here he gets traded, taking out Teach, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Prof, 17 HP and a whole ass Dream, and not gonna be able to find it. And that's gonna be Team Zone sticking to it and staying alive for just a little bit longer. 12-5 now.
Whole ass Dream not being exactly enough when you're up 12-4.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a little bit of breathing room if we're being completely honest here. Going forward, you just got to manage. You really just have to save up here, kind of give yourself a couple rounds. Don't get tilted on it. Use this all essentially as a timeout, saying, okay, even if we lose this one, we would like to win it, but let's be a little bit slow. Let's be a little more methodical. Figure out what we need to do with our money, because we got 7 rounds to buff it out, baby. So we can do whatever we need going forward. But instead, it looks like Taipan's going to be going ahead and forcing out whatever they can once again, coming out with these Vandals, with these Guardians, with the Specters, really putting themselves in a bad spot if they do lose this round, unless you're J-Don, who somehow always has money.
Yeah, he really does. It's crazy. But on a side note, as someone who has casted Taipan before, or has seen Taipan before at least, it's such a joy to watch Prof work, and it's such a joy to just watch the entirety of Taipan work. And there we go. Slammed, sends J-Don back to his run it back. There go. He gets a little information off of it. Now Prof is going to do the same with the Zal drone. Gonna get any kind of information he can deal with. He finds no one, but they definitely know there's people on site. They have to. They have to know. They hear shots. They see abilities. There we go. J-Don takes out Dream. Starts it off 5 versus 4. Goose looking for a beautiful shot. Gonna get a little bit of information, but there's another one on site. Another recon bolt on site now. Goose looking for any kind of... Oh man, the shock darts are coming in heavily for Taipan. Doing a good amount of work. Goose 41 HP. Finds Tanjiro, but Tanjiro does take out Teach, and that's gonna leave Goose in this 3 versus 2 situation. The attackers are 3 men left. Down. They're at a 1-man disadvantage. Not to mention Conrad's at 16 HP. Still got bomb in his back, but that health is going to do so much worse for him. There we go. Finds Conrad, but he gets immediately traded by Prof, and now it's Kahlua right against Market Door. Prof going to go pick up bomb. He's got 1 on A and 1 to his left. Kahlua he has no idea Kalua's there. And there we go. Prof going to get taken out. Kahlua makes it 12-6. And just like that, 6 more is all TZ needs to bring this thing back. But can they do it?
That's a damn good question. And I feel like it's getting more and more probable if Taipan doesn't just straighten themselves up and take themselves around to breathe. Because they've been kind of forcing themselves time and time again now in this 12, in this match point. And I say it time and time again when I'm playing with my buddies online, when we're in a competitive lobby, saying they never went off the 12th round. You always, every single time without fail, it's almost like Riot programmed the game to do this. You never sit there and win that 12th round immediately off the rip. There's always going to be a couple rounds. So just go ahead and take a break. Take a little breather.
Yeah, grab a banana, get that, what does bananas give you? Potassium, Take a little, just take a a mental break. You know, you've been going. Just breathe for a second. There we go. Tanjiro gonna get bombed down, but he's gonna get flamed off of sight by that hot hand from the Phoenix on TZ, and now the defender Killjoy, the lockdown, is gonna make it a lot harder for this post plant, and they could totally go for defuse, and they are. Kovacs gonna go for defuse, and guess what? The attackers didn't have time for them to set up that Killjoy utility on bomb, so this is very cool. All of a sudden, no! Oh no, all of a sudden it's team zone. They just fell apart. They dropped like flies. Now it's a 2 versus 4. One is sticking. J-Don's in the smoke, doing work. Takes out Dream. Tanjiro gets the trade prop there as well. 12-7 team zone. Able to stay alive.
And that's kind of where that passiveness really just bites you in the ass, to be completely honest. I mean, they were sitting behind that smoke. You got those 2 frags off the smoke because you were just shooting through it, and it worked out for you. You have those numbers advantage then. Play into it. Don't sit there behind it and just kind of make that setup, because as they see now, I bet you they've learned their lesson against the likes of Team Zone that they shouldn't do that again going forward. And they're giving them just more and more and more to play with, because this momentum is playing into their favor as we see Team Zone finding themselves at what was 3-12 is now, or 4-12, excuse me, is now actually 7. So
yeah, so they're already, I mean, this is definitely it's been eventful, that's for sure. It's been eventful.
They damn near doubled themselves, so they could triple and go into overtime at that point. So that's why you just have to tighten up.
Oh, there we go. Slammed, making sure that's not the case though. Taking out J-Don. Don't really know what that that smoke was all about, but nonetheless, 12-7, a minute on the clock. Look at this angle from Teach. He's got a great view of mid. Tanjiro is sitting right outside of tiles. Prof is right on the other side of this wall. If Teach were to move up in any direction, there we go. That's what I was talking about. Takes out Prof. 4 versus 3 now. Bomb is still in the back of Taipan, so if they can get it down, that's going to be a little bit better. There we go. Tanjiro takes out Goose. And the second on the Kahlua. Beautiful shots coming in from Tantan himself. 12-7 still, 30 seconds on the clock. Slammed looking for any kind of information. He knows exactly where the last 2 are. They're in A heaven. He's got it up. All they got to do is play time. But Team Zone is on the, oh no. They're on the retake officially, but Slam gets a cheeky shot on the Kovacs. Teach might go down here. There we go, he does. It's gonna be 13-7 to finish off game number 2 here on Ascent. Taipan Esports takes it 13-7 against Team Zone. Very I mean, all in all, Team Zone did not, you know, they didn't come totally unprepared. They were a little worse for wear in that second half, or in the first half, but second half they started to come back. They got, I think they got 3 or 4 more in the second half. So it all in all, GG's to both teams, but congrats to Taipan for moving on, because I mean, Zone just, they couldn't quite grasp the defensive side. So that is going to give Taipan the advantage.
Yep, and that alone, I mean, just the way that all panned out, like I said, running it back and just getting yourself into those shoes of being in that 12th round, you got to just figure out what you're going to do. There was a lot of kind of panic, just really scrapping together whatever you can to go ahead and end it out, and that's just not really the shoes you want to be in. And I mean, just going forward, you have to give yourself that little break, give yourself a little bit of a sit back, spectate the team for a second, figure out what they're doing in these late game stages, figure out what they're doing, because they're panicking just as much as you are now. They're trying to get this comeback. You're trying to go ahead and close the game. It is an equally desperate attempt from both sides of the field, even though it seems like one side has the upper hand. So just going ahead, you know, remaining a little bit more calm is going to help you there in the end. And as we bring ourselves to an end of this map, as you said, at a 13, I'm sorry. 13-7.
Yeah, it was such a strong showing by Taipan. That's 2 games in a row. We've seen great showings by these opening teams. First 4 teams tonight have been phenomenal. Obviously, Spectral could use a little bit of work on Haven, but all in all, great games coming at you. We have more coming. But for now, me and Mick are going to go ahead and step away. We're going to do a quick caster swap. You guys are going to see, I believe it's going to be Strive and Vincent coming up next. And then we'll be back later. We later.
We just got to go eat, dude. I'm starving.
Exactly.
I don't know about you.
I'm so hungry. I'm going to make some pad thai, maybe. I don't know. But we will be back nonetheless. So stick around, go get some Cheez-Its, and you'll be seeing the next game in a couple minutes, which is going to be Flu Esports versus West Demons. That's going to be a great map. I love Flu.
Yes, sir.
Flu is so fun to watch. But that is going to do it for us for now. Stay tuned, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Silence speaks We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. go.
Alrighty, hello. We are back with this special edition, 50th edition of the Pit of Valor. My name is Vincent, now joined by Strive. It's going to be a good time. We're going to have a good time. Strive, how are you feeling this fine evening?
I feel fantastic, man. It's a pleasure to be back on the cam, and of course with the beautiful Vincent by my side. I'm excited, man. We're going on a hot one as always. The usual cheat sheets down below. It's going to be WD versus Flu. Thoughts, opinions, and for those that don't know, WD is West Demons, and we are hitting up Split. So, Vincent, familiar teams here. Thoughts, opinions. What are you feeling here?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Flu has quickly been one of my one of the teams that I've been enjoying watching as of late. I think that they're on the come up. They've been having some pretty decent results. They showed up to quite a few of the Radiant Arenas the last month, and they had some decent showings. Also, had some flops, I would say. But yeah, as a team on the come up, that's sort of what you would expect. On the high end, they had some great showings, and in fact, they've taken a couple of victories in the Radiant Arena. If I'm not Radiant Arena, in the Pit of Valor, if I'm not mistaken. Now West Demons, I'm less aware of this team, but Caillou and Bobbert in particular on that team, I recognize those two names. Now, obviously, we don't know who on their roster is going to be in game, but if either of those ran, I have seen them play before, and they are pretty good.
Yeah, man, and I can go back and kind of, second your motions with some of this. Flu, I think, honestly, it's kind of weird, a little bit of a way back playback. I think the first GLG cast I ever did, Flu, was in that tournament. I think it was a Pit of Valor. I can vividly remember that. It's good vibes, man, all around. But I'm looking forward to getting into Split, one of my favorite all-time maps. But before we get down to the nitty-gritty and while these two teams settle in, let's get everyone up to speed on all the goodness happening here. So, guys, if you don't know, as always, Pit of Valor. This week, Vincent, I think we gassed it up a little bit. This is our biggest show-up in terms of teams ever, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. We had the most teams ever sign up, which is props to you guys out there. I mean, freaking amazing. I love that you all are absolutely interested in getting involved. But it's 128 team bracket that we're running today. Normally, it's just 64, Strive.
Yeah, it's good stuff, and you know what? It makes me happy to see that as a family we're growing here. It's a blast. So thank you to all of our fellow viewers. Earlier I was watching, we're sitting like 100 plus. That's a good vibe, a really happy vibe. So thank you guys for being loyal and supporting us as always. Don't forget, there's goodness coming up here. There's a 2K tournament being in the works, rather. August 21st, going to be going down. That's a Player Zone 2K 64 team open quali. All ranks are welcome, so please feel free to sign up for that goodness. And there is something new that we want to bring to you guys that the fellows before have not yet done. So there's a GLG club membership. So basically for $10 a month, only one of your teammates needs to hold this. You basically get priority entrance and free entry to all the tournaments with this membership. So for a mere $10, it's nice, it's fun, and you get to get in all the invitationals. And if it's not a bit of a hint, I'll drop it on you guys. There is a massive tournament going to be announced very soon. $10,000 prize pot. So that's all you're going to get. But just know that with that $10 membership, you guys get a chance to get in on that at a whopping $0. Chance to compete for 10. So I'm excited, man. Like, so many things are happening all at once. But we're growing. We're vibing as a family. So looking forward to this one.
There we are, man. I mean, it's a great feel. And listen, I know everybody here is feeling good as well. Make sure to get involved here with the Great Lakes Gaming family. We'd love to have you. Like you were saying, it's just $10 a month. It's not that big a deal. I mean, it's literally less than your Netflix subscription. Like, come on.
There's no excuse.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, just to kind of get down into the weeds a little bit here, Flu and West Stevens. You know what? I kind of feel like, because we're going to split, it's really hard for me to tell like who's who, where's what. Basically, I kind of feel Flu probably has the advantage here. But because we go to split, I think there's a possibility of big upset potential.
I agree, and Split's been one of those maps. And for those that don't know, like coming into Pit of Valor, we've been kind of fencing on KO. Before it was no KO, then it was if both teams want KO. Now it's everyone's in play. So this is a chance to see KO in a tournament playstyle for me. A little bit of a mix-up. Of course, I played a whack load of KO, been played against KOs too. So I have a feeling of what to expect on Split, but that utility, how it's going to pan out in a competitive scene, that is TBD for me. And Split, you said it really well. It is one of those coin toss or roll of a dice. Do you get a 1 or a 6 type scenarios where I don't know how it's going to pan out. And that's the beauty of Split. Honestly, it's one of the more complex maps, Vincent. I think you and I can agree. It requires a bit more coordination. And I think more than anything, it's a map that is very much hinged on mid control. If especially to take on that B site, going straight through B with utility set up and well executed positioning and really good comps, of course, holding those sites down, it's kind of troubling, man. So we'll see how it all comes together. And as I'm blabbing on about, we're into the agent select, and hopefully we get some of our wish picks. I do like the Sage. I was going to say very strong for that mid control, and Bobbert might be hovering that one as well. Vincent, Cypher, an elementary choice as well. The Intel Seeker himself. We'll see what that comes to be. Bobbert, though, he's debating. I do like the Reyna. I do like a Reyna, Vincent.
I think you're right on Sage. Absolutely. That being a very strong pick here. Even if I've seen some weird stuff. I mean, Project 13 over the Radiant Arena, they kind of played some interesting ideas with like kind of giving up mid on this map and kind of pulling rotations based off of that mid control. It was a really different style, and I thought it was quite interesting. So I mean, you talk about mid control being a necessity. Well, maybe not. Maybe there's been some adjustments in the thought process, especially because this map is just the least played map in the pool. Like it's way less played than even Icebox, believe it or not, if you look at the stats. And for that reason, I think that with the introduction of Breeze, this is just a great example of how we're going to be seeing more and more Split as we continue on. And a good, interesting differentiation already is that Fraggleton going to be on the going to be picking up rather on. I was going to say rather the Cypher versus the KJ question on this map. I don't know how I feel on it, if I'm being honest. What do you think? Because I like the Cypher. I think it provides a lot of value with the camera especially, but the Killjoy can get a massive value with the lockdown as well.
Yeah, I'll say it honestly, man. Like I think of KJ as a baby Brimstone with the nano swarms. Like for me, that's always going to be a deciding factor. You look at how that gets used on B plants, on A plants, on any plant for that matter. The post is huge with the KJ. So for me, that's going to always hold a nice dear spot in my heart. But what's the better pick, Cypher or not? I mean, end of the day, man, you and I both know that it boils down to who can click the head the fastest. So we'll see how that pans into the picture. But in terms of agent and who makes me feel tickly and funny and obviously is great to watch, I'm a huge fan of that KJ pick here right now.
It's definitely a lot of fun. There's like a lot of like additional outplays and counterplays that exist around the Killjoy, where it's sort of, I don't want to, bland is not the right word, but it's very, this happens therefore that with the Cypher. It's very clear what the, what sort of interactions you're seeing. So
sure.
I think that we're in for an interesting one, especially because we have another very interesting differentiation in that there's an Astra versus an Omen here. A lot of teams kind of going with that Omen. It's what they know, what they love. But that Astra, I've been saying it ever since these changes came through to Astra, the slight nerfs. I really think Astra is still strong. I don't know if you feel the same, but I'm definitely on that boat.
Yeah, I'm bullish towards the Astra picks as well. I love that selection. It's a very strong agent. It will continue to have a sweet spot in my heart. And when used correctly, you know, not dumping stars and just leaving them there, being mobile, picking them up, and putting doubt in the enemy team, the defense, or even on the attack side. It's a beautiful thing when executed correctly. So for those that just wanted to get up to speed, this is a tech pause from the Flu side. Reason for, not too sure, but hopefully we get back into it nice and soon. But getting back to the convo, yeah, for me, Astra, great pick. I'm hoping to see some really nice cosmic divides here, you know, especially on that A take. When you divide off that heaven, it's really strong, man. Really, really strong.
Absolutely is. No doubt about it. And we see Sky coming in for both sides as well. You know, a good point about the Sky. Remember, I love how Sky has just low-key become like a hard meta pick, really, really like under the radar. You know what I mean? Like suddenly you see it and it's like, oh, hey, yeah, everybody's just playing Sky as we get underway here. Flu coming up on the attack here at West Demons to defend, and it's a fast take towards A with Blank getting the better of two of those attackers already, making another one there as Caillou comes up for more, and Jay dispatches Virginia.
And just like that, I mean, 2 blinks, it's now down to Drios, the Astra we were talking so dearly about now, to somehow 1v5 clutcheroni this, but given the current scenario, the lack of spike and 5 beautiful defenders to stare down at him, Drios is going to be in for a fiesta, but he does have the frenzy. Well, that didn't work out as planned, now did it, Vincent?
He had the frenzy. I mean, that was, you know, he did have that at one point. And is that a new knife? I don't think I've seen this knife.
That is the new one, my friend. That is the one from the latest bundle. It's a vibe. Wait till you see the real guns. Have you seen the reload animations on them? It's a thing of beauty, my friend.
I have not. Yeah, I haven't logged in for a couple days here, so I'm brand new to these new ones. So I'm definitely on the lookout for that. We got a couple judges on the field. The judge, of course, very strong on this map in particular. The short range and, well, small corridors of Split really lends itself to that shotgun.
Yeah, I'm with you. We'll see how that works out. You saw Shorty come out the last round as well here, and we get into it. And going nice fast on mid. That's Blank. Yes, sir. Judge up close and personal. Chrome going to eat dust there. Getting eliminated quickly. Caillou with a 1. He opts for the Spectre. Double flying. Blank goes a little bit short in terms of distance. But still downtown. The Judge is a weapon and a half. And look at that. Still going. Blank 4 hit points. Is this an A to seal the deal?
Not quite.
Not really.
But, I mean, the fact that this Judge is so effective at the range in which he made it work, I just cannot believe it. As we see some healing going on. That's interesting strategy right there. You saw the Sage heal go in, and then, of course, the Overgrowth came in from the Sky, just keeping everyone healthy as they all swung around the corner. There was no chance, even with those right clicks.
No, hopeless, man. What are you going to do? Like, the Judge up close and personal will always win. I mean, unless you completely whiff-a-lights it. But moving ahead, you can see Blank sporting that 6-0. He was making most of that come to life with that Judge. And you can see this pretty standard setup from the attacker side. They're kind of posted up in water, B, and mid. It's going to work a pick here. This is the Flu gun round, so critical for them as they bought down to a whopping $0 across the board, more or less.
Yeah, and even key as well here for Blank. 2 kills away from the showstopper. You want to keep an eye out on that. Make sure to potentially deny that in this round, or, well, maybe pick it up and use that to great effect as the attackers sort of grouped here towards A, waiting out some of that utility from the Omen. Right now, not giving too much away to their counterparts, but Blank's rotated around. He has that Judge up close and personal.
Looking for some sort of activity. I love that skin, by the way. That glitch pop Judge is a vibe, and he's posted up in a good place. There's 3 members there patiently waiting in the winds to push up on him. He's going to peek it. Nice jiggle, and no one even fires at him. The Boomba, nope, nade it is, and he's going to try and bank it, but not much off of that. They're going to be okay. They're going to vibe. Bomb still dropped down somewhere in the depths of sewer as Astra's about to collect that and rejoin for this, what is appearing to be minty A take here. Vincent, flash in hand. Here we go. Flu looking for the heaven control. Off they go. Beautiful shot on the bobber to open it up, and with that we are charging onto A, hopefully.
Yeah, Bell doing nicely, but, well, gets shut down there. That's the Judge, this time from LMAO, who's got the work cut out for him to try and get out of there. It's Trios finally trade, and Virginia up top finally gets 1 kill as well, but it's now just 1 player left alive. That's Trios, who has to do it against 2. Without the help of those, of the Cypher being alive, Drios is able to rotate out. 12 seconds on that clock. Should be time to get down here. In fact, he spots out Caillou. That's a great find, making it a one-on-one here for the Astra of Flu Esports.
Looking pretty, and they get that spike down. So as you said, 1v1. Let's see what Drios has got in the tank here. Does he have stars? I did not catch it, but JJ is sitting on a Bird of Doom. No heal possible for him, but he's got the right idea. I mean, this man's brain is just 17 shades bigger than Drios's, and that's colors being used to refer to size. Make sense of that for a second.
You know, I guess he heard him. He had to have heard him. Running there just for a second inside of like the shops area, you know, in the opening towards mid, I guess. That's gotta be, I mean, that's gotta be so frustrating if you're Flu, right? Because I mean, it kind of looked like Drios just outplayed himself there by playing a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, he had the right play. I appreciate the flank going around, but end of the day, it just looks like JJ was one step ahead of the game. Right, well, it had to be a sound thing, had to be some sort of cue that got him there.
They're not better than me.
That Q has unfortunately lost Flu Esports that gun round, and they're on to the Sheriff purchase on the back of one SMG. As the wall goes up in mid, it's been the normal take here for West Demons.
And Blank still holding steady with his judge behind this wall, patiently waiting. And as we switch over, let's see. I'm hoping that they can open up a nice pick here. Flu is desperate for this round. I mean, it is going to be a light buy situation for them. With a minute 20 on the clock, minute 15 rather. It's a slow and steady round. A timid one at that, Vincent, because I mean, you're coming off of 3 consecutive losses here. If they get this one, they're going to be on par to fight back a little bit early on. If they don't, it's going to be a bit of a more uphill battle. This is the thing with this map too, right? You get momentum going. It's very hard to stop the defense. You can get clapped every site, every which way, whatever you choose to do. Blank still. Oh, this is the one. Jumping away. He can't connect on that showstopper. A nade. Satchel. He's so aggressive, going flying away, and he gets denied by Drios. Brings it down to a 4 versus 3. Neural stack popped, and here we go on the quick on take to B site.
Seeker is going to be utilized here as Caillou on the site connects the first shot. Drios is down. That means that now there's 2 players left alive here for Flu, and the flank is coming in at a massive rate at the back of the Seekers. Everyone's blinded. Everyone's wondering what's happened, and West Demons take their 4th round.
I mean, this has been a landslide so far, a really troubling situation, and now looking at the finances on the side of Flu, I mean, they've bought up, they have finances to potentially buy light the next, but these gun rounds are becoming more and more futile. As you can see on the opposing end, West Demons are building so much economy too, Vince, and 8K, 4K, 3K apiece. Regardless of how this round turns out, they are on, you know, how can I say, on track for future buy rounds. I'm hoping that Flu can shake it off here in this early set of rounds.
They certainly cashed in the money. That said, they cashed in the ultimates last time. Neural Theft, Seekers, and Showstopper all being used there by West Demons, as there is a Cosmic Divide, and Seekers here for the Flu Esports attack as well, as they take some mid control early on, denying Caillou information, and already forced to use the majority of that kit. In fact, pretty much everything but the heal gone now for that Sage, as help is called in for the dark cover. So this is kind of that mid-control that you were talking about on these gun rounds, Strive, where we were discussing, you know, you get mid-control, then you fall back, and then you can start to do other things.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see now Blank opens it up yet again. This man is a beast on this mid-hold situation, I believe. And on that note, too, West Demons are yet again in the driving seat. 4-0. The bomb is still shaking its way right on back to B, but I like the split up here. KJ is finessing. Oh, Chrome onto JJ. That is brutal. And on that note, with the ultimate going right on into B, Sky has control. Cosmic Divide, even more control at that. And they're going to get on site basically uncontested here, Vincent.
Indeed, the Cosmic Divide really allowing for that. Now Fraggleton going to be rotating far around. It's going to be a late rotation there. So it's still 4v4, but on the site, it is a player disadvantage for Flu, because that Cosmic Divide does go down. LMAO got a position here with this Judge. Gonna tap here on the spike. That goes down, and well, Caillou with a double kill there. It's traded by Vel, but still 2 left alive here in this position. Both very low though for the attackers. Flu in a bit of a tough spot as the Nano Swarms get pulled out and deny the potential in any sort of ideas here. And Caillou does hit the shots, but it's not enough to take the round as Flu take out their first victory, but it's at a massive cost.
Yeah, I mean, that's also a problem on its own, Vincent. We can't shake that off. The fact that the finances are completely in shambles. They lost weaponry, and you can see they're going to pay that price now as Chrome is hemorrhaging at 2,700 full armor. But I believe he does have knives, so all's good there. Yes, he will definitely pop those and Bladestorm his way to victory, hopefully. 1 and 5, got to shake it off and open up some space. I mean, you got the Jet. That's a great agent to open up space nice and quickly. Dash on into Heaven or into Sight and make something happen. Let the rest of your team kind of breathe a bit, and I'm really hoping that he does that here. A bit of that aggression wakes up with knives in hand.
Looks like maybe a pace differential here as the, well, 5 group here for Flu towards A. LMAO still in this position close by with the Judge. Could get denied, but he's gonna get pulled back as Chrome. That's a shutdown on the Bladestorm in the second as well. Fraggleton falls as LMAO wreaks havoc there in the back of Flu.
Marvelous setup here for West Demons. Yet again, it seems to be Drios, the man in the hot seat, time in, time out. And the Judge on the lovely old ropes gets denied. And with that 5-1 Flu, huge financial problem now, Vincent. You can pretty much bank on this being a bit of a wash, considering the momentum and weaponry on the side of WD. Flu gonna have to just fight it through, hopefully get an eco, but I mean, they're not even going for the sheriff by anything too major. It's turning out to be a, how can I say, or dare I say, a very uphill battle for the side of Flu Esports.
No, I mean, I don't think it's too early to talk about that for sure. These West Demons, they're putting on a show for us, and at the time, it's just an unfortunate situation, I think, because Flu, I don't know, they just haven't really taken space effectively, and when they do, it's at massive costs of their utility.
See if they're working this big. Blank is still barraging his way to victory. Gets the 1 and the 2, and he has LMAO Cypher to support him on the 3rd, judging his way to victory. Now 3 versus 2 scenario. There are 2 resurrections available from WD and Flu respectively, but Bobbert makes it quick and easy. That's going to nullify the chance for Flu to res anything, except the next round if they can fight back, contesting away. Caillou waits for the bit of that wall to drop, and I don't know, Virginia, chances of survival here, my friend, looking pretty darn slim.
Yeah, kill maybe, that's best case scenario. Not even gonna get that. Virginia going down, and the West Demons at 6-1. A scoreline that really, I mean, I don't know that I had any expectation for them to be at, considering I mean, I had Flu as the favorite here based on what we've seen most recently, but they have kind of floundered as we see an operator being pulled out here for Blank. In fact, the showstopper also in hand there for Blank. So lots of tools to work with. Despite that, though, you do have that lockdown as well as the Seekers. So a coordinated play for Flu might be in the cards.
I'd say so. Blank, you're gonna get denied rather for that mid pick from fellow Sage, and Caillou now getting his wall blasted to smithereens. Still, it seems like Flu are not really changing anything, Vincent, which is kind of, you know, begging the question, if they're going to continue with the same setup time in, time out, and it's not working, something's got to shake up here, right? This default slow hasn't worked. The fast take kind of suffered a little bit, albeit I haven't seen too much of it. What's it going to take to shake off the side of West Demons and hopefully pick up a round?
Well, you know, I don't actually think that Flu have done the same thing every time. They've really tried to swap it up. I mean, we saw their success over there at B when they did that B hit with the Cosmic Divide. They took mid control 1 round. In fact, did that 2 rounds in a row, trying to find the success.
You should run.
Ooh, nice tap there from Caillou, putting massive damage down as now the lockdown play comes out. So anyway, long story short, here's another adjustment for Flu where they try to make a set play on the B, but it's still not working out all that well.
No, and you can see just a rinse and repeat type of scenario. Flu gonna get that resurrection off there onto Vel. Caillou gets the 1, but a trade alas. So that res kind of goes to the dust, and Blank lands the showstopper behind. Bobbert is able to pick that one up, and he is now contesting in a 1 versus 2 scenario. This is a big one for West Demons.
Both players in the same position, and looks like Bobbert has that idea. The paranoia is so good, and Bobbert connects both of the kills. Bobbert with the read onto Flu, knows where everyone's at.
Robert on a whole different planet. Really good job by him. Gets the defuse in a 1v2. That's Style Man right there. And he gets the op to take away for the following round. Proceeding ahead, round number 9 in front of us here, and yet again, history has repeated itself. Flew on that eco, and you know, you said, Vincent, and I can kind of agree with what you said, that they've been shaking it up, but it just feels like, maybe it's just me, perception-wise, I equate change to winning rounds. That's maybe what's going on in my head, and I'm having a hard time digesting this change because I'm not seeing it pay out in front of me. So from the side of Flu, you know, let's talk about this current situation. A prime example: you're down 7-1. You decide to go Sheriff Light by. Isn't really the play though, considering you're gonna have more rounds to come up with. They should honestly not even bother. Just full save here. Keep the economy going, because you can see Blank, they have weapons. They're gonna contest. Fraggleton eliminated. Blank looking for more. And now with this Boomba going right through the smoke, it's gonna be a bit of a pickle. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, I totally see where you're coming from. Like maybe just try and save some cash. At the same time, like, you have the money to buy in the sheriffs, so like give it a go maybe. But you can see it's not mattering very much. Virginia does get that one just for the you know, the fun of it, I almost want to say. But you know, long story short, it's not doing all that much work, because Blank is simply dominating on this operator, and he got a quad off the back of that. I mean, he used a showstopper, what, like 2 rounds ago, and he's already almost up to another one.
Yeah, he's packing on kills like it's nobody's business here, Vincent. And yeah, you're gonna watch this replay now. LMAO getting a little bit greedy, but Virginia gets that. And as we watch the tail end of this round unfold, it just kind of falls apart as Blank sets up here with a nice swing and potential. That was a nice little barrel roll as he gets his 4K onto Virginia. So 8-1 is your scoreline here, folks, in this matchup. As we proceed ahead, I'm hoping for a shakeup in the second half for Flu, albeit going to be a tough one.
It's going to have to be something, that's for sure. Flu need to turn this around, and they need to do it right this second. They're down 7 rounds, and on a map that, you know, is, you know, pretty solidly defensive heavy. You know, you have some opportunities, but trades come out there over towards A as some control regained, but Blank has got a forward position, and he seems to know that there's a player there. He misses the shot, as Rios finds success onto JJ. It's Blank to trade eventually onto Virginia, who just keeps giving him opportunities with that operator. Don't repeat the operator.
It's pro tip number 1 from the strap book, straight from Vincent's beautiful bookshelf behind him. You saw there in pregame. The rest coming out from Caillou. Good decision to use that as we are tailing towards the end of this first half. Flu posted up. Nice job. Bobbert gets eliminated despite the shielding smoke. And with that, they have full control of B going right on through heaven. But LMAO is here and ready.
And the operator as well here for Blank, who does get tagged. Gonna have to call the reload. It's gonna be a timing, and its timing's perfect. Blank has connections, and it's Fraggleton who does get the trade, but it's 1v1. Ace needed here for Fraggleton in order to find success. You know, 20 HP, it's a tough ask for sure. He swings the second time, and Caillou has the better. His HP is what is the differentiating factor, and Flu Esports fall again.
This is a situation and a half now. Vincent tailing on the end of this one. Blank 17-7, tons of money to spare, and this is what I talked about before. Had they saved some of those sheriffs, 800 plus maybe another 1200, some of these players would probably have been able to buy something a bit more substantial, right? But as we tail into the end of this first half, they're just going to hold on by whatever thin rope is left, finish it off, and we switch it and see if the tides change.
I mean, this is just tough luck here, really, for Flu with regard to the economy, but, you know, but on top of that, they just have not found success anywhere. It looks like lockdown play once again. Let's try it. Cosmic Divide's available too, but the potential for the shutdown here from LMAO is still available.
Lockdown, dashing on through. Bobbert is contesting. He's shaking level. Oh, and he still connects onto Chrome. And that's the detain, so basically a free take for the most part. Oh, Blank doing it, going for it, sending it high. Looking for some action. I think he has a good idea as to where that Sage is lurking, and he sends it for the win. Blank, the master raise, almost had a shake and bake.
This is not Flu Esports map at all. West Demons are simply dominating, and they continue to take away round after round. I mean, Blank has just found unmitigated success you have to try and shut down this race. You know, there's rarely a time where I'm like, hey, like if you shut down one player, you're probably going to be in a better position. But honestly, if Flu shut down Blank, I mean, their chances of success would increase at least double.
Fair statement. I'm with you on that one. As Bobbert opens up a pick yet again, that is Chrome. So you expect, oh, Bobbert on a different part of this map is connecting Fraggleton.
Where is everyone?
Neural theft, Cage, and a dog, and off we go to get full control of this A site. Meanwhile, the action's elsewhere. Caillou holding.
That's aggressive.
A little bit, but Drios is doing his fair share. Oh my God. Vincent, what's happening here? It's just like Flu's. It's honestly confidence. West Demons have no fear anymore.
Sides.
No, I mean at this point it is 100% confidence. You have to say, Flu, they're in bad right now. Like this doesn't really give a good fair statement of the entirety of Flu. I don't think, because West Demons, after that start that they had, I mean, you know, 7-1. I mean this kind of fell out of their control from there. I would say there's nothing that can be done at this point to stop the West Demons roll.
No, really and honestly there can't, as we're just teetering on a mere 2 rounds from victory for West Demons. Flu, this is it, man. I mean, it's gonna be a battle. I'm not shaking it off. It's gonna be a battle. It was done by West Demons, it can be done by Flu, but it's gonna be one heck of one. So buckle up here, guys. We are live for the second half of this matchup. Blank looking to do his best at mid. Not only does he hold it well on the defense, they're gonna flex it on the attack, getting way into ropes here.
Virginia taking some pot shots, has connected onto one player, forces the heal out from Caillou. It's a bit of a, well, stomping ground over there in the rope room as the finally decision being made to go over here up towards B. Again, attempts being made there for Virginia, but LMAO connects, but it's the only connection as JJ comes back onto the site, finally shuts down both Chrome and Bell, who were in the back of that site. Now 2-on-2.
Planted the spike.
Spike planted. Huge one for Flu here on the retake. Looking like heaven is the play. LMAO with that shorty from down below. He was thinking about that rope. Suction. He's still safe. Here's him. Nice, Fraggleton. Good clear. As he bring it down to just one poor JJ, and Flu, alas, on the retake, working as a squad. Successful. They're going to pick up that defuse.
Thanks.
Really solid there from Fraggleton to check the angle, and then of course the double swing from Flu on the second player. Perfectly done. So some, you know, basic Valorant being played on that pistol to give victory over to Flu in what is a much needed fashion. Again, this is a defensive sided map, but certainly not 11-1 sided. It's going to have to be a, well, incredible comeback here from Flu if they were to make it happen. We see some similarities though from this second round bye, and Virginia going to be picking up the judge in the stead of where Blank had it prior. And so we'll see if it has similar effectiveness as we get into round number 2 of the half.
Blank gonna whiffle his grenade and send that to the corner instead of straight ahead. Fraggleton does his part with the turret setup. Pistols on the hand on the attacker, and they're gonna take that out finally after tapping away. His self-heal is a good choice from Caillou. Let him be the one to clear it out. Virginia holding steady on the left here. This is gonna be a big clear. Does Bobbert know?
Oh, he knows, but he's dead. Oh, there we go. One trade there. The judge falls and now given over to Caillou. That's a dangerous weapon to go in the hands of an opponent. And that's why I'm saying it. Headshot on Vel, and it's looking like a dangerous look here for Flu. Even 1v3, you don't want to try and aggress onto this judge, not in this area.
Caillou went for the rope frag, and I mean, he was kind of caught there with his pants down. Fraggleton, though, makes it quick and easy with that Spectre. Unfortunately, he out DPS's him. As we proceed ahead, Flu shaking it, man. I like to see it. 11-3, and that's going to now give West Demons their chance for the buy-in. The typical round 3 big gun purchase. So LMAO going to hold steady onto his judge. The rest of the gang looks like Phantoms and Vandals aplenty here. Critical round as Chrome as well has upgraded to that big OP.
Yeah, I was about to mention it. Huge investment there on the operator for Chrome. You definitely don't want to. You don't want to usually invest that on this round in particular because it's so dangerous and devastating to your economy, but you know that Flu, they don't have any economy to work with. If they lose this round, it's all over pretty much. So Chrome using it to great effect, able to take that opening duel, and that is exactly what you want to see from an operator.
Looking for intel with the advantage. Flu, I like to see it. Virginia gonna get paranoid, gonna have to dash away, but he's holding steady. Oh! Go stick, just jumping around with his judge in hand. Chrome gonna pick up a frag onto JJ in the meanwhile, and with the control on Mail, looks like West Demons really not key on contesting any further, or are they? No, they changed their minds. They're gonna get a hold of this B site, but there's 2 members to contest here. Hopefully, Flu can hold it off.
Good positioning, though Vel does fall to Caillou on the site. And the site is slightly more open. What a horrible timing, but no, it's better for Chrome. I was saying it was bad because players were both looking that direction, but Blue somehow gets away with that frag. Chrome re-aggresses up top and disconnects onto the leg of Caillou. Coming around the corner is Fraggleton, who's got one but not the second. Has to try with the Bulldog. It's 1-on-1.
Oh, look at this opportunity. Caillou just misses Drios as he's walking around from the CT side. There is a wall for him to break, so that's going to reveal his position. Caillou has the right idea as to where he's going to be. Holding it steady. Drios clearing everything as best he can. Taps it. Does he look the right way? He does! He does it, Vincent! He comes out on top with that Spectre and clutches it. Flu holding on by a narrow thread, but they're here, man. 4th round in the tank.
Oh man, that's so hard, right? For the player up there in heaven, you kind of have to, you know where the player is, yes, but you're just not sure when you can swing, when you can get away with it. But Chrome, the big winner of the round, had 3 kills there with the operator, doubles his kills, by the way, on the game. That's, I mean, that's a big thing, only because Chrome has had such a slow game to this point. It's been a frustrating position for him to be in, and he just kind of turns that on its head in that round. This might just maybe be the start of a comeback, but I'm not ready to call it that just yet.
Vincent, this is you give me anxiety with that comeback call, my friend. I really hope that wasn't the caster's curse right there coming out.
I said I'm not ready to call it. I'm not ready.
Okay. So you nullified it. It's okay. We're gonna shake it off. We're seeing on a pause here now, guys. Tech pause from the attacker side. That is Flu. We'll see what's going to change. What can we shake and bake at this point? I'm grateful to see that Flu is bouncing back. They are holding steady to their weapons, and now we are repeating history. But on the opposing end, WD now are going to be saving weapons, marshals, sheriffs, frenzies. It's just a hodgepodge of kit out here today. I'm going to be patient here, Vincent. I'm not going to get too detailed or analytical at this point because it's honestly been a journey and a half getting this far, and it seems like Flu have a second win behind them.
They do. I mean, they pick up that pistol round, and it really, you know, that starts the wind in the sails, so to speak.
Certainly.
You get that pistol, you start to you know, find some success. But all that being said, now with a tech pause at the moment, this is an unfortunate tech pause, I would say, because you know, it really does work in the favor of West Demons in this example. You stop the momentum of Flu, but well, we'll see if it's going to be good enough.
So we look at the attacker setup, very eccentric, posted up outside, waiting for something, leaving Sky to spot B. Tons of stars on that side too, so trying to get into sight there without some sort of resistance or blockade, pretty much impossible, as Astra has a good lock on that B site, but lucky for them, looks like they're just running this timer down, letting the defense get comfortable before they execute here.
Here.
Comfortable they are. Sage there in screens. The operator posted up there in the heaven position. We're not really holding anything but the ramp push. 4 on one side. There goes the dark cover. Virginia going to take the first of these shots, throwing out some slow orbs in order to slow that push in. It's Chrome, though, to take the first frag up top there with the operator, and Virginia the second now as they come in onto the site. Spike has been entirely found out, and maybe a bit of a mistake. It's Virginia able to get the reload in. LMAO up close, but not good for more than one. JJ, the one player to survive that push, and he was the player sitting at B.
Yeah, they heard him run through water. They have now spotted him with that bird and a second to put the cherry on top of that sundae with that spike down. Flu really sticking true to their playstyle, and yeah, JJ gets overwhelmed. I like that setup on that A, Vincent. I love that they committed to the retake early. They had the plan, and they executed and followed right on through, and they pick up their 5th on that note, my friend. 3 ultimates on each side, so things are heating up. It's a for me, a critical round, given the fact that we have guns on both sides, 3 ults apiece. Let's get our eyes fully peeled. Guys, this is heating up, man. I did not expect this on my first matchup for this evening.
No, I didn't expect that sort of dominance in the first, and I certainly wouldn't expect this sort of move here in the second for Flu to stay in it for so long. But still, West Demons only 2 rounds away here from victory. So let's not you know, walk away from that. We need to understand that this is still West Demons with a massive advantage as the Seekers are pulled out their very early days, and that nets them some sort of mid control, but not a whole lot as now they come through mailroom.
Flash to open it up. JJ has full control here. Looks like B is going to be the play there. Lockdown. Spike getting planted from the support of Omen. Fraggleton spamming away with the help of the alarm bot. Does the deed onto Blank. And they're going to have to run away quite quickly. And I think Bobbert is going to successfully ejecto out of sight. In 4 versus 4. LMAO. Cage 1 and 2. Does he look below? He does! Flying over top. Just styling on them at this point. With Bobbert doing his deed. Chrome! With a follow-up on those knives getting used now. 3 versus 2. Rez, JJ makes it quick and easy onto 1. Bobbert gets another one. It's now down to just poor old Bobbert in a 2 versus 1 scenario. Chrome, knives out, ready to contest. Gonna swing, gets denied. Spamming away. Does he get it, Trios? Oh, he does! He does! He comes out on top. Really good job by him and good patience to tap away. And he gets away with basically no HP and the clutch. Match point for West Demons, Vincent.
Are you kidding me? Talk about down to the wire. I think he had 2 bullets left and he used both to get the headshot. Not to mention the fact that, I mean, how much time was left on that defuse? It had to have been less than a second, surely. Oh my goodness, West Demons, they're playing it close, but boy, I guess close is certainly good enough here, at least for that round, as the West Demons are now 1 away here from the victory in the map. Drios left down to some SMGs, as is 1 player for West Demons, but it's going to be the push here towards A that gets shut down quite fast by the aggression that Flu Esports are outputting.
Blank here opens up some space with the paint can. They're trying to get onto site. Virginia holding steady at the comfortable spot known as elbow onto Blank. That's the res being used, rightfully so. The wall's down, though. They're going to have to protect him, and they do. Caillou with the 1, the 2, and the 3! Looking so good that, oh my god, at this point. This is it. This could be it for West Demons, Vincent.
Indeed it could. 5 on 3 now off the back of that brilliant play from Caillou with the double kill and the resurrection. Who says the Sage can't frag? Is West Demons in the prime position. Now Chrome is watching out for Caillou, but not going to find the timing. What a tough timing there for Chrome. He's going to find out this timing, though. And oh no, LMAO! He's laughing all the way to the bank, but that one gets away with murder. And it's all on to Fraggleton 1v4.
Fraggleton in the hot seat here today. He's got a lit Cypher to deal with and 3 full HP members of West Demons. And with that wire now, Fraggleton fully revealed. An airbag or 2, hopping on down. LMAO, your Cypher on a pogo stick to bring home that final kill. GG's across the board. You like to see it. Good sportsmanship despite the rough road. And we wrap up map number 1, Vincent, in a very interesting battle and a good push there from the side of Flu.
Mate, can I not submit anything more to Riot? That the judge needs nerfs still. It's needed nerfs since the release of the game. Has continued to need nerfs. Like, come on, guys. Come on. That's all I've got to say. I mean, Flu was a good team. Like, I don't want to take anything away from West Demons, but Flu was a good team. And they got trifled by some of these judge plays. And, you know, sure, it takes a lot of skill to pull those plays off. I don't want to pretend that it doesn't, because, you know, a worse player would get punished for that. You have to be on point with your aim. But when you're on point with your aim, like these guys are, and you get away with it like that, man, it is brilliant to watch.
No, it is really good. I mean, the judge is a powerful weapon, always has and always will be. That mild investment often lends itself, especially on Split, a very close proximity map, a lot of great angles to hold off. I mean, more than other maps, dare I say, in some cases, and it benefits. And on that note, we're going to see West Demon proceeding ahead here tonight in your Wednesday Pet of Elephants, and we're going to send everybody off for a very quick break. Come back for more momentarily. So, guys, get yourself a beverage, a snack, get comfortable. There is so much more here to come tonight. I'll be back again, and I believe Vincent is going to be here too. So sit tight, guys. We'll see you momentarily.
Invincible.
feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. My good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us that first, cause we going and going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now I'm really come on and we pull out with the action. Just people the feed, those they don't get it like.
Walking alone
to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
We are back, guys. Welcome again for another matchup. The beautiful Vincent in the library to my left this time. Thank you so much for being here, Vincent. It is an absolute pleasure. And a thank you to our beautiful viewers for sticking by us. We're getting into it. And as per usual, peek the cheat sheet below. We are going on to Ascent for your map here with Vincent and I. Going to be Taipan Esports versus White Lotus. Vincent, after that matchup and an interesting half number 2 and a good joust, I'm looking forward to this BO1 yet again. Thoughts, opinions, where's your head at? I know Taipan had a good showing on their first map, so I'm sure they're gassed up for this one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've seen Taipan a couple of times. They've had some success. I'd say somewhat limited, but you know, that's kind of what happens whenever you come to in with BO1s as well. And kind of same thing with White Lotus. They've kind of jumped into a couple of different tournaments. In fact, had some limited success, losing to good teams. I would say, for example, just as one, when they played in the VCT, they lost over to Ghost Gaming, which is a solid tier 2 team. And so, you know, I have some expectations for them. Also know some solid names there. Dash Dev and Bullcut, to be specific. Dayton as well jumps out to me there for the White Lotus side. So some big names on that roster that I'm definitely looking out for. Whilst the Taipan side, bit more of the up and comers, but they have Tanjiro, which, as if you're an anime fan, we all know, you're absolutely just going to win by default.
Easy come, easy go when you're Tanjiro. So getting into the agent select here, Vincent. I'm loving the Reina lock right away. Say is going to sport that one. Bull cut on the KJ Dash Dev Silva. Yellow Mamba. I like the Astra on Ascent. A lot of potential here with that Cosmic Divide. And of course, you got to have your Jets, but a bit of a differentiator. Dream is going to send that KO for the lock.
Yeah, big KO pick here. I'm interested. I really, really hope that this KO works wonders. Just because I like to watch good KO gameplay. But you know, the thing about it is, I've been up and down on KO just in general. I've seen some really good KO gameplay. I've seen some not so great KO gameplay, in all honesty. So for that reason, I think that I'm on the lookout. I'm hoping that we're going to see some super solid KO gameplay coming through. This kind of seems like the pick that they've been running on this map. So
Choose
on Ascent in
agent.
particular, this Taipan team. So I'm excited to see what Dream can bring, because I've seen Dream play a couple times, I think, under this roster. So it definitely is an exciting prospect.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I mean, at the same time, KO does have its moments. You got to know how to use that kit correctly. And when not done so, it's honestly a bit of a blowout, to say the least. And I think we are getting into it from what I can see. The sound cues. And I think we're actually coming back to the deck caster desk. So, no, we didn't get into it. That was a disconnect noise that I heard, and I had faith. But I think you saw the KJ was hovering. So I think we're going to remake, obviously. We're going to go back at the agent select, and I'm going to very well assume that we're going to get a bit of the same. But, Vincent, I think we're actually going in.
Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, we'll find out. There we are.
Shake and bake. It was all part of the plan, my friend.
It was all planned out ahead. As we get down to it, pistol round coming in here shortly. Couple of, well, I say couple, a singular frenzy here coming in from Slammed, whilst there's Ghosts for the majority of the defensive setup here, where Taipan have set up, whilst the attacker side have gone with mostly the armor and classic scenario. Though Muji's gone for that, you know, easy sheriff first buy. I don't know about that. That's some confidence for show.
I like that sheriff buy as a Jet. I mean, the one and done angles really
Here.
sets itself well.
Here.
Conrad is doing the deed of pointing out where the stars are, and it activates with a smoke, gets picked up right away. We patiently wait for some sort of activity here. Looks like a nice collapse from Conrad. Good crosshair placement onto Say. I don't think he expected that peak that aggressively on round number 1 here. Dashdev getting control of Pizza. Meanwhile, in the win, that is Bowl Cut opening up onto Slam Prof. Clean 1 Ghost with Dream to get a follow-up frag. 4 versus 2 on the board here. Taipan on the defense have the front seat of this round.
Love that aggression there from Taipan over at A. I mean, like you said, it's not something you necessarily expect, especially once the, once that smoke, the nebula goes down. You're like, okay, surely they're not gonna, over push or anything like that. But yeah, Taipan go for it and gives them a 2-player advantage. As now Tanjiro stuck on the site here. The KJ standing stalwart, ready for this push.
Getting posted up here. B is the play. They're going to dash right on. NKJ is the lonesome wolf to hold this off here. Muji getting control. He has that. Sheriff going to clear out the back of boathouse. Does he get it? Oh, he does. Crisp and clean. 4 HP is the play. And on the retake, here we go. This is Taipan against 2 members of White Lotus.
Player standing.
Oh, baby. Conrad.
Oh, baby is right.
Nice job there on the closing. Dude, I love that finisher, by the way. It's so good. Like the effects there on it. I love that pistol so much. I missed it.
Baller.
Yeah, I missed it when it came through, and I'm just always on the lookout for whether when it's going to show up in my market or whatever. I want to pick them up, but unfortunately no dice for me, and no dice for White Lotus as they fall there in the pistol. Good trades there off the back of Taipan, right? Taipan got that 2-man advantage early on, and then they use that 2-man advantage to trade on back onto the B site, take advantage of their positioning, and get White Lotus off the rip. As we see though, a buy coming in here from both sides, so forcing in is White Lotus. They are going for this one with Sheriff in the hand of Great Yellow Mamba, and it's going to be SMGs across the board. So pretty much the same exact buy from both sides, but this null command could be massive as it is 4 players down and suppressed.
Nice pop there from Dream. He's going to fall away here. Not going to dump that pulsating grenade of doom by any means. He hears lots of activity at that long side, but the attackers are just going to quickly release that gas pedal, slowly get on the brakes and readjust and recalibrate. Set up for something else. They have pulled lots of rotates over to that A side. 3 members kind of shifted over, ready to contest and retake on that here. And I don't think they're going to back away. Going to run some time down and go for it, Vincent.
That they are. That said, the fragment stops them in their tracks for just a moment. Nicely done by this KO to stall out this push. That was one bit of utility that stops. The second bit of utility stopped them as well. The Dream swings now on that KO, tagged very low, taking 1 frag with him, but still 3 on 3. The Slammed is up close.
Dashev opens it up on the counterpart. So with one less prof, nice job there from Slammed and Dream. 1 apiece respectfully, and up above. That is Dashev just gracefully trotting away, and he earns Dream that 4K with the kill. So 2-0 lead here for Taipan, starting out nice and healthy, but alas, with save comes buys, and it seems, well, in this case, White Lotus not getting much of that action today.
No, not at all. I mean, and the worst part about that, right, is like, you set yourself up and you try with what you can, I should say, and it just doesn't work out. They give it their best shot, and you can see the purchase already a little bit weird here as the knife comes out once again. Early days, this time no suppression to be found. This Taipan still massively leading with regard to their weaponry. This Dream takes that swing. Conrad comes in for more, and it's a shooting gallery.
Spike down A.
The plan here is for White Lotus. They're kind of LMS that smoke swing and then just went off of the second and third, and from there the frags just turn over. We're gonna get a replay of that right now too for you guys so you can see what I'm referring to. If you're gonna swing on a smoke, calm it out and do it as a team, right? Going solo is not going to earn you a kill, let alone a trade, especially when 2 members are peeking here. You can see Dream gets the 1, has time to fade away. Conrad gets another, and he's in position for more and more. So in a barrage of kills, like you said, it's just not the most ideal scenario here, Vincent.
No, not in the slightest, and that's I mean, that's sort of the problem with when you force buy. It's a difficult thing to make work, and when it does work, I mean, you get out with a nice victory, but most of the time it's a negative. And well, it's even more positive as I'm saying a negative. It's Dream who's coming in now over towards B, using the knife effectively at 0 point in its place, and in fact uses the fragment to get out of there. Gets the 1-for-1 trade.
Slam now spots the tip of Bolcut's weapon, and he gets annihilated. Muji, though, through that bloom, is able to pick up the one onto Slam, clearing his corners, fighting up close, waving left and right. Tanjiro, one in a trade it is for him, down to a 2 versus 2 scenario. Now Dream has a bit of a contest. Great Yellow Mamba capitalizes on that, and they're going to collapse right on through here, close that door, and get on site. Post plant. Let's see, Taipan 1 versus 2, solo retake.
Tempted for sure here by Prof. And he does have the, you know, quote unquote right sort of weaponry with its Odin. It's going to deny a lot of the utility here. But unfortunately, you can't shoot things like a gravity well. And that's exactly what he is dealing with here. If the Owl Drone comes out as well, hits the tag, it's even worse here for Prof. And now it seems much less doable, as now they know he's not on the spike. You gotta be pushing, you gotta be doing something, but Prof is caught in the middle of nowhere. Great Yellow Mamba with the frag.
Easy come, easy go. Really good job there, that Odin. Of course, the transition time to switch from hip fire over to that ADS it's a little bit, so he can't capitalize, especially given the number scenario, and that's going to give White Lotus their first round. 2 ultimates also available, Causing Divide and Bladestorm on the board here, Vincent. We'll see if they pop that on this round, and with that round as well, they're on track for weapon galore and fighting back for potentially a second. Really good job by them. Happy that they picked up that 4th.
That was Taipan's bonus round, though. Let's keep that in mind.
Yes.
And that is a shutdown on the 0 point, as well as that recon. There's a null command available, but the Bladestorm comes out here for White Lotus, and the Cosmic Divide is a possibility. As I say that, though, the 0 point comes back to fruition, and it nullifies this push here. Muji is no longer has that Bladestorm, at least for just a moment. I think it comes back here after this, and indeed it does.
Slam now getting leered with a smoke to follow up. Now he's lurking in the shadows, waiting for some activity here. Still, patient round from the side of the attackers. White Lotus, very methodical, lots of stars at A, so they're not interested in contesting there. They have a nice feeling about middle as they shift on over. Actually, looks like KJ and Jet are about to get a hop on the treadmill in a workout here.
Big attempt there from Slammed. Unfortunately misses shots, as that null command shut down the push towards B initially, but now the B split is coming back, and it's got a big problem. That being that Taipan's down a player. That said, Dream trying to equalize, has found Muji and shut down the potential. In fact, shut down the entirety of that Bladestorm. Now 3 versus 4, still down 1 is Taipan. That lockdown not finding anything at all. And the Cosmic Divide committed in addition means that the push has to be perfect here for Taipan.
Dream, clean one tap there, right on through the pizza. Leaves it down to Bolcut and Say in the 2 versus 2. Big retake opportunity. Conrad knows there's one market. Say, though, connects through that fearlessly. He doesn't see no smoke here today. Dismiss and leaves it up to teammate Bolcut on sidewalk, eliminating Conrad, and White Lotus. Shake and bake it is with that round number 2 in their pocket.
Big commitments, of course, from the White Lotus side, though. I will say they used that Cosmic Divide. They had to use the Bladestorm. They used the lockdown as well. It was lots on the line, but ultimately they get away with it. In addition to the fact that that null command being utilized to shut down the B push initially from Taipan, so it's not all for naught, as we see. Say, going to have the only ultimate up here at the beginning of the round. That's going to be the Empress. It's very powerful, especially in those one-on-one duels, but it's Dream once again who's sort of been the spearhead, of this push, of all these pushes, but Dash Dev with the frag. Conrad, no chance to even get that dash away on the Jet.
And they're at the contest ahead. Tanjiro taking a whack load of damage, 11 HP. The shock dart lands a hair short of his feet. He gets away, door closing as well. They have taken full control of Tree. Slam with the one dash of last does the deed. Gets Tanjiro out of the picture in a 3 versus 3 scenario now with the Empress available. Say has not yet decided to activate that. A bit of a devour and a bit of a plant it is for White Lotus as they hold the driving seat again in this 3 versus 2.
Ball cut in a great position here as Dream comes around the corner. Dispatches say there goes once again the 0 point. And it seems that Prof has a sort of an idea that comes around with the shock dart. The fragment trying to stop that as well, but Dream has the frag onto Muji, has that flash drive across, and Dream has the frag. Nicely done here by the KO of Dream.
KO with the KO, I had to say it, my friend, and he's going to pop away and get that defuse in a really well executed hold. He really was patient and diligent on that tree room. I like how he pop flashed it, expected some funny business on a peek, and he did get that lineup for himself. 4-2 is your scoreline here, guys, and sitting on 3 ultimates again. Cosmic Divide, huge on this defensive side for retakes. We'll see how it comes into play in this round. I love my Astra. I love to watch that ult get used.
Yeah, I want to give credit as well though. Dream on this KO has been phenomenal. Something I've not seen a lot of teams really use KO as effectively as I'm seeing Taipan do it right now. They're really doing a good job of moving the KO across the map to be used in different positions and used effectively in these different positions as well. It's quite a refreshing look as Muji, well, that's not going to be refreshing, not for him, as he gets tagged through the wall in mid.
That recon dart did a great job of revealing it. That is the Hunter's Fury coming out as well, doing something. What that is, TBD, Dash Dev gonna spam away. Not much out of that as Dream and Slam doing the deed for that. And boy, this is looking really troubling on the side of White Lotus as they're getting picked off left, right, and center.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
This was just a Sheriff only round for White Lotus, but it goes to Taipan in flawless fashion. And even worse is the fact that Taipan have 4 big ultimates available to them that null command one of them, but the Cosmic Divide as well as the Hunter's Fury and the Lockdown. Everything starting to look good here for Taipan Esports.
Yeah, look at this now. Dash Dev ready to go. Lineups primed. We'll see where these darts go. Hopefully we get a nice little follow through from the production team and see where that ends up. If not, just watch the scoreboard. My guy tells me there's about to be some fun stuff happening at Tree Room if it lands on KJ's forehead. And nope, doesn't seem like it. As they're crawling their way towards its a 5 or 4-man Limbo, no, Conga line. That's the one. Limbo's the one where you go under the pole. Conga's the follow the leader.
There you go.
Thank you, man.
Learning?
Thank you.
Yeah. This knowledge gained there, and now, well, Taipan hoping to gain the knowledge of how to defeat White Lotus here at A, and right now it's successful. Conrad is connected a shot, no takes some damage, but gets away with it. Now that Ifrit's being fought White Lotus. That's the sole ultimate available here to White Lotus in the round, and they have an open sight.
Conrad's marvelous at these one-and-done scenarios, and now with that defender locked in as well, that's going to push the White Lotus squad far away. Nice connection. Prof coming out from Heaven's side. Tanjiro, one apiece. Leaves it down to the 2 members of White Lotus that were pushed away, and yeah, they got pushed away to a corner where Slam and Conrad were primed and ready to pick that one up. Taipan, flawless 6th round in the back pocket.
That was so pretty from Taipan. I mean, you talk about like classic how to retake a site. I mean, they could write the book on it. I'm sure I mean, for real, like these guys just throw down that lockdown. They know that the Hunter's Fury is not going to be able to be used because that was used by Dash Dev earlier on, a couple of rounds back, and they just entirely dispatch everyone on that site and more. Taipan starting to make this look easy.
With a 4-round delta to their name. Easy is the name of the game here for them. Look at this contest, though, coming out from the side of Taipan. They're not going to get much of anything at all, but this short play is something new for us. We haven't seen this kind of caboose in a little bit. On the Sheriff buy, of course, your favorite type of round, Vincent. They're ready to execute with 2 members watching, Conrad and Tenjiro on that crossfire.
Yeah, well, first if those duels goes the way of Conrad. Now double swing, love that there from Taipan, making another double swing there for Conrad, who's taking frags left, right, and center. 2 layers left alive, and Conrad just has them all. Slammed is stolen the ace, but who cares at this point? It's another flawless victory.
diligence from Taipan, and that setup is really nice, man. I love how they have that turret up top in the on the corner there, coming out of long A, or A main rather, and two of them are posted up in the tree room. That's a good buddy system. And obviously, you can see it lends itself to multiple kills coming out from Conrad, albeit it wasn't eco. With that, folks, we're going to proceed ahead. Full armor and buys coming up from the side of the attackers here. White Lotus primed and ready to go. We're teetering on only 3 more rounds to pick up in this half. They'll be pushing for that 5. Hopefully they can get it.
Here's the scary part for White Lotus. They have that lockdown available. And well, there goes the 0 point. Not going to find anything this time, but you know, if you use that lockdown right, if you're met with Dream and the null command, that could just shut down your lockdown play immediately. You don't have anything at all to get onto that site quickly, and that's a huge counterplay available, I think, at this point for Taipan.
And indeed, we'll see if that comes to be Vincent. 3 ultimates available on their side. You know, as you touched on, we're patiently waiting for some sort of activity. Alarm bot trigger here. Tanjiro has a hunch as to what's happening. Lockdown as well to hopefully execute on to B. They're going to run it down to actually nothing because it gets destroyed. And just like that, the attacker side plans are foiled as Conrad, 9s aplenty, ready to dash away for more. Whoa!
Oh, well, he's got 1 more at the very least, but gets dispatched afterward. As there goes that null command being used on the site. Dream does take the duel, and he shuts down the null command. 10 seconds to try and get that resurrection, but it's going to end up getting shut down. Dream down to basically nothing, and whilst Dream gets taken out, Bullcut takes both the frags on the entry. So Taipan shut down in massive fashion, despite the usage of 2 of those ults.
Poor old Dream there in his fallen form is just watching that spike get planted. Tough place to be, as he can't come back to life. With that sitting on a timeout here, let's talk about the situation and what's unfolding here, Vincent. 2 more rounds to pick up before we switch it away. Taipan looking really strong, and have done a marvelous job on retakes. I will commend them on their their setups on early round, right? They're not really peaking unnecessarily. When they do peak, they're peaking as 2 or 3. It's just the unison from this team is there. The comms, you can feel it in the air.
What I will say for White Lotus, they've done a good job of adjusting their early round offense to deny information here from Taipan. Taipan's been doing a good job of trying to look for early info, especially off the back of that 0 point. But round after round, White Lotus have improved it to where that information is it's been less effective. There's just less of that information being gathered, and therefore it's not nearly as useful to Taipan. So I'd like to see an additional adjustment from Taipan in these last couple of rounds. Maybe swap up where the potentially where this KO is playing. But right now it looks like they're going back towards B, and so Dream's going to stick with what's been working, which is also a valid strategy.
Curious to see how it works out here, Vincent. You touched on a lot of good points, but for me, I'm still falling short of the White Lotus and some of the decision making that they're, how they're executing onto these sites. Okay, well that's good. Conrad got a little bit too greedy, I'd say. Went heavy aggressive there out of that smoke, and he pays the price. Second shock dart coming out. Prof gonna just simply walk away as Dash Dev taps away and nearly misses that headshot. So with that note, Prof, finally a counteraction onto Say in a 4 versus 4 now. Bullcut continuing his barrage. One of our key players to keep an eye on in this matchup, as at this point White Lotus have number control. We'll see how they execute. They're going right onto A, and here's a retake from Taipan Esports.
And that's just a nasty, bad play there from Conrad. It forces Slam to try to get aggressive, and it's obviously another bad swing there from Slam. So now in a 3v4, you got to retake the site. Divide's potentially online for White Lotus if they want it, but don't even necessarily need it. As I've just realized that that's not a teammate that Dash Dev is with. I was like, wait, hold on, what? These numbers don't add up. So Dash Dev doing a good job there of taking out the retaker, and that's Yellow Mamba with a double kill to close it out. White Lotus now in position to maybe close this at a 7-5 score.
Honestly, I thought my brain had just like full.exe crashed. Like I had no idea what was happening, and then it registered like, wait a minute, that's enemy chasing someone. That's a problem. Really good job, though. And we get ahead here. One more round in this half to pick up here. Happy to see White Lotus pushing on through, and it's always nice to end off your first half with weaponry across the board. Makes for a nice matchup, guys, here. Anyone's round at this point, and I will say, compared to our first matchup that you and I casted, Vincent, this is a great change of pace and really shows the evenness and the skill between these two teams. But Ascent always has that half switch diff that really sends us for a bit of a roller coaster ride sometimes.
Certainly can, but it is about as equal as it can be here. Operator, maybe for Taipan, a big differentiation factor, but there's a cosmic divide for both sides. This Dream takes some opening shots towards the B main area. That's not going to connect with much of anything. He had support there, but doesn't actually come up with much as the Owl Jones move past each other there in mid. And it's sort of a bit of a one-for-one, you know, position for position trade.
That is, you can see on the defensive side, very B-centric, mid-centric there. Conrad doing his best to keep Muji at bay and the rest of the attackers while the rotates are coming out. The Nanostorm gets destroyed, but Say makes quick work of that, swinging onto Slam. And with that note, they have full control of Tree. They're going to get onto site and plan here. That is Friendly Astra doing the deed in a 4 versus 4 retake. We know Taipan, sorry, excels at this time and time again, trying to get away. No, Say! He can't make it out to long. And at this point, Taipan looking strong for the retake. Have a choke. Nice bit of kit being thrown out there from Dream, getting onto site. Not before Dash Dev and Mole cut himself. Make it easy though. But what is happening here with Tanjiro? Going off in a 2v1.
Yeah, Tanjiro coming in from behind at the perfect time, and because Tanjiro was coming in from that direction, they knew that Dash Dev had to be short. There was only one position, and Taipan take it. So 8-4 now the score line here as we head into the half. Talking of those cosmic divides, by the way, I think you could say pretty certainly that it was the Taipan cosmic divide that got a little bit more impact, I would wager, but nonetheless, a difficult half there for White Lotus, no matter how you slice it. But they head over to the defensive side, and this is a slightly defensive-sided map. I would argue probably not that defensive-sided, not 8-4, but still, you go onto your favorite side, and hopefully you can take the reins.
8-4 is respectable, Vincent. I'm expecting, you know, a bit of this and a bit of that this half. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's a respectable set of rounds to pick up. And like you said, yeah, it could be defensive-sided, but we've seen it time and time again. And I find Valor more than, let's say, the Counter-Strikes of the world. It lends itself really well to being team-sided, right? We find certain teams just happen to excel better when they switch. So I'm going to say it's anyone's game, albeit it's been a really good joust back and forth as we can see the attackers setting up for a bit of a default. Top mid, short, locked here. Slammed is in a very interesting position. If Dash Dev decides to rotate through grass, he might eat some dirt here.
Yeah, this is a very nasty position, and it's exactly to deny Dash Dev's type of push, right? Because there's no real good way of checking that without really opening yourself up. So that said, Slam gets an even better kill there onto Muji. It's only a 1-for-1, but it opens up the door for Tanjiro to trade, and it's immediately a 4-on-2 here as Taipan are devastating the White Lotus.
One enemy remaining.
Great commitment from Tanjiro. He is forced to reload that Frenzy of Doom while Great Yellow Mamba taps away with that Ghost, picks up the frag, and a 1 versus 3 now. He's got to make something happen on Heaven. And 0 Point does the deed as Conrad cleans that one up with a clean, well-placed Ghost Frag. So Taipan Esports gonna shank that round. 9-4 is your scoreline. Proceeding ahead, and they're not gonna hold back at all here. I think they're gonna buy up and, you know, really fully seal up this matchup and earn their double digit.
Yeah, they should for sure be looking to do that, and then they have sort of a bit of a, I'd call it a tentative buy, maybe the right wording here. This Dream not going to be investing in any other sort of weaponry other than just that Ghost. And as I say that, it's SMGs across the board for the rest. I thought there was going to be one Sheriff, and that was what was a bit tentative. But one pistol, 4 SMGs, I'm not too bothered by that one.
We're vibing here, Vincent, taking it easy. Seeing how this round unfolds among us, rather, and Bomb now making its way to Tiles. The rest of the team looking to collapse onto A Dream, opens it up, nice frag onto Say, and with that opening pick at long, in this collapse from Tree, the defensive side about to eat some dirt, but Dash Dev gets the one, Tanjiro trades it out onto Muji, he gets another one, Dash Dev is an absolute animal here with that Marshal of Doom. They're gonna get onto site, close that door, and here we go now. This is the retake for White Lotus.
Big frags there from the Marshal. Didn't even mention it because I didn't think it was important, but it certainly has become big important. Tanjiro is on short, needs to find something, actually get shut down there by Bull Cut. Massive there for White Lotus. Both the two players very, very low. One of those low players, Dash Dev, gets taken out immediately. Now 2-on-2 as Prof now on the site. This shock dart could once again be a nicely placed one. Indeed it is, as that's going to be it as Prof connects the shots to shut Bull Cut down there on the end. White Lotus, though, they do a good job of taking a couple of extra heads.
It's always good to take heads out with you. I mean, you got to appreciate the fact that economy is a critical part of this game and any first-person shooter on the market these days. But 10-4 is your line. They earned that double digit that I was yearning for, and they're going to keep on pushing through, doing the best they can given their finances and what they lost. And at the same time now, White Lotus on the opposing end, they're buy across the board, albeit no full armor, it seems, for everyone. 3 members sitting on the half. Hopefully it's enough.
So this is a very poor buy for Taipan when it comes to bonuses. They have a couple of upgraded weapons, a couple of these SMGs, but it's pistols for a few players, and beyond that, no real rifles to speak of either. It's Slammed, who has the one Vandal, I believe, on the Taipan side, and has already gotten a forward position here. Nicely done, but Say is kind of ready in this corner, and that's just a nasty angle. I mean, you just see the head right there.
Got it, concealment.
5 versus 4, White Lotus looking for opportunity here. They got the guns the last round. They've got this early pick here now. Dash Dev gonna send that recon dart away. Conrad and Prof both revealed, holding on that angle. Nice Vandal to his name as well. But this double up market is the play, I'd say, considering they're lacking in weaponry. Ideally, they want to trade it out, and they've managed to pull lots of rotates over to B as well here. Full cut with the one onto Prof, tapping away Tanjiro. Alas is able to get it, but Dash Dev comes out from the behind. Bit of a bait, but it works out in the end in a 1 versus 2. Conrad so close to victory, but his lack of hit points turns that over to Muji. So White Lotus able to get that round here. Vincent, a nice bounce back from them.
Indeed. I mean, but that's what you would expect in a round where you have a massive gun advantage like White Lotus did. And, well, it's turned it around at this point. Taipan now with a big, well, maybe not massive. That's maybe a bit of an understatement, but a large gun advantage now as they go into it with 3 kills going the way of Taipan. White Lotus's economy is certainly not flourishing in the same way they were hoping. So a judge comes out, as does a sheriff and a Spectre. So at the time, White Lotus in a bit of an interesting position. They found out the player up close, and they've gotten away. That's a very aggressive swing there from Dash Dev. Not sure about that one. It's 1 for 2, and that's exactly what Prof was hoping for.
Revealing area.
Prof does the act of redeeming as he trades that out, and he's kind of body blocked there. With the lockdown now on this B, the bomb is dropped down towards spawn as well. 2 members going on to A, and look at this. Oh my god, they evacuated like there is a burning fire running right onto B, but surprise, surprise, it's only Prof there opening up the space, continuing to pull rotates, and KJ gonna grab that bomb, get onto site, and then you need to plant, my friend. They just finessed them so well with that fake.
Big props to Prof. Quad kill there on the round. Taipan in control as you do. Now, that said, there's a lockdown here for White Lotus, but look at the cash money, though, Strive. It is horrific, abysmal, just not what you want to see, as there's sheriffs, 3 of them, 2 classics to follow that up there. And actually a hero Vandal now coming out. And okay, just kidding. I'm getting baited left, right, and center. Dash Dev has no clue what to buy. Settles on the Marshall. In fairness, has done lots of work with that Marshall. But like I said, there is that Empress if needed. And well, I mean, Dash Dev continuing to do work. Now Conrad, Tanjiro, both go down there in middle. The Marshall is a magical weapon if you can use it correctly.
Marvelous job, so well executed there with those 2 opening frags, and with an $1,100 weapon at that, my friends. Titan Esports just 2 away from victory, but definitely getting contested and tested here as White Lotus sitting on 3 ultimates as well. Oh no, Slammed. How many more times is he going to play this spot, my friend, as Say pays big time there at grass, and with Bull Cut kind of counteracting a little bit onto Dream. Still 4 versus 2, looking healthy for White Lotus.
Big problem here for Taipan is that the Spike was just recovered there in spawn, and Prof has 4 HP, and he's the one to recover it. Now Slammed is wreaking havoc there in the back lines, and he's somehow found a 3rd kill And that has really forced Prof into a much better spot, as now he can head towards B. Problem being, though, that Muji is still sitting in mid, and
30
he
seconds
gets
left.
spotted out. Could be devastating as this rotation comes in. They're not going to be ready. Oh no, Muji is ready for it, and he finds it.
Spike down B.
Crisp, clean it is. Taipan now. Slam working right on through B. He hears so much over to his side. Knows he's got to clear. Muji does that. 11 seconds. Swings for the second. And looking support on that turret. Bowl cut. Shanks that ace away from Slam and the clutch potential. So White Lotus hang on in a 1 versus 1. Pick up their 6th.
Man, Slam nearly had an ace clutch there for match point. Would have been nasty on an eco nonetheless, really. I mean, or rather, sorry, no, that was the eco for White Lotus. My apologies. It was White Lotus with the thrifty. But Taipan now still with weapons enough in hand, they can get a purchase. There is going to be Conrad pulling out that Blade Storm. Similarly, a Blade Storm available for White Lotus, so it's not going to be popped early. Empress, Lockdown, and Hunter's Fury as well. So we could be seeing a, classic Lockdown Hunter's Fury engage tool onto any of these sites if White Lotus want to use that on the retake.
Hunter's Fury opens up the round for you guys here. Blade Storm active. Conrad this time has support alongside Slam, who usually gets nice and aggressive on that position to cut rotates. Say has learned his lesson as well, playing the passive tree angle. I like this setup. Really, really good. It looks like Market in mid expansion. Might with the play, getting away. Hunter's Fury to make some noise and distract. Suction Cup keeps them at bay. In the meanwhile, Slam is playing his usual position. Conrad opens it up with a knife here. They're going on ahead. Muji with the nice op shot. Mamba with a follow-up onto Dream. That is a critical player out of the picture here for Taipan. Now Muji getting in place up top fearlessly. Does he get it onto Rough? He does! Quick quick and swift with Muji with that frag. Really well done there. Look at the confidence though, man. So confident with that jump up.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I hate every single part of that from Taipan. I hated every single bit of it. And let me explain the reason why. Because I really dislike using the Hunter's Fury there when you know that there's a lockdown available for the other side. Bolka has that lockdown ready to go. Your Hunter's Fury is a free just denial of that ultimate. I think it's much better utilized if you wait for it. But even then, you use the Hunter's Fury to make space, except everybody just falls back and you get absolutely demolished on your push through mid. It's just such a one-dimensional play there. And though if Prophet found success on the secondary push through main, yeah, maybe it's different. But Taipan, it just ends up not working. And I think it's probably only like a 30% chance it would have worked.
30%, Vincent, that's some big statistics here. Muji is going to get a pretty much free pick, I'd say. Oh, no, he doesn't. I truly thought with the swing there'll be some potential. They're going to come out, though, despite all that utility blocking their way. Prof opens it up onto dash step now. Muji concussed as well from the Astra. Tries to dash away. He's somehow surviving hit points. Somehow lives until Dream sends him to a different dimension. And despite the resistance, look at Taipan. They explode right onto sight.
They do. A massive look there on off the back of that fragment. 1v4 now. The swing from Bolt Cut, not good enough. He's only got one. And that is a massive victory there for Taipan, who take a big L there on the gun round, pick it up with the Sheriffs, and make the thrifty work.
Easy come, easy go here, Vincent. One away from victory. Taipan looking strong. They got the money, they got the guns, and they're going to be fighting against a bit of a lackluster buy, it seems, as Muji is not going to have much of anything on his hand with the exception of a Sheriff.
I want to say once again here, Dream, I really like this KO. One of the better KOs I've watched myself. Got lots of ultimates, though, here. Lockdown. No Hunter's Fury to deny it. There is a null command available for Taipan and a Cosmic Divide for both sides. As White Lotus could pull out the Blade Storm, though, as the cherry on top of the deadly Sunday that is these ults.
The drone's going to go all by itself to clear out one, get some control of long. Meanwhile, the bomb on the hand of Jet there, supported by teammate, I believe.
Standing ahead.
KJ there, working their way up. They're going to try and expand onto site here, rather. No, getting onto tree room. One, Volcott contested, gets a great spray down onto a second. They're going to revive Dream from the depths. Conrad's going to do the deed there for him. Shock dart tickles him down to 40. A second, not enough to close it off here. Dash step, though, in position. Great job as he did a good amount of damage early on here. 2 versus 2, bomb planted. This is do or die here, Vincent.
Last player
Indeed it is, but the Blade Storm online, and Muji connects the first one. So that means it's just one player in the way of White Lotus in the continuation of their play. Gonna have to be perfect though, because Taipan is ready and waiting, and it's Conrad who's been doing magical work thus far. He's got 3 on the round and looking for a 4th. Player drops down, but it's not enough, and DashDev has the frag. White Lotus, they're in it.
That's a bit of a greedy situation from Conrad. I had a bit of a feeling he may want to duck behind the boxes, but instead he chose to play the reaction time game and wait for that bloom to fade, and didn't react fast enough. DashDev gets away with 32 hit points and the defuse. 12-8 your scoreline still. White Lotus pushing on through, and with that note, despite the win, they lost a lot of bodies, so their money is not looking great. They're gonna buy whatever they can though, light and heavy. Oh boy, and your buddy Say's got your favorite gun there, the Judge. We'll see how that pans out this round.
Let's go, baby. This Reyna not having the best of games, and I mean, I only say that because it's Reyna, but maybe the Judge is that time, especially on Reyna, you can really have a real chance of using the dismiss. But either way, Blade Storm going to be pulled out here for Taipan this time off the back of that orb grab. And here it is, the chance, but Say has missed it. And Dream takes a big kill.
That's the Cosmic Divide that you like to see. Suction Cup aplenty, a smoke to block off Tree Room here. That's going to deny long, and I believe the attackers are going to kind of back away, rightfully so. Regroup and recalibrate as they've left Astra towards long A, pulled a lot of rotates, and if they go to B now, it's basically a free open site.
And well, just to be clear, that's where that Hunter's Fury from Taipan would have been very nice. Could have just kept going on that side, but nonetheless, it does work out for Taipan pretty beautifully off the back of it. It's Yellow Mama to try and stop it, but it's not enough. The Slammed Tundra both connect frags. Taipan with 13-8, closing it up and for good. That's a nice victory from them over White Lotus.
Really good job, Taipan, showing their wrath here so far, Vincent. That's 2 dubs here for them tonight. First one you and I didn't get to watch, but clearly they're feeling good, feeling healthy. 13-8, like you mentioned. White Lotus put up a good joust. I will commend them, 8-4, but they just couldn't find that gap closure. I will really say Taipan Esports did a great job at being united. I will, like I mentioned it kind of midway through that matchup, their comms, their swings, their united support, their passive angles they played on the defensive side, the choice of aggression, getting really aggressive on short. How many times did Slam come out on top on those takes towards short area? So, you know, it's just textbook all across the board. Congratulations to them. A great match and a good battle put forth here.
Yeah, and I want to say once again, big props to Dream. I thought that the usage of the null command was really good. I thought the coordination of the 0 point off on and off, and I love that there's so many players that play the KO so passively that you're not able to get massive value out of those 0 points. And that's not what we were seeing. Taipan were fine to let Dream just get aggressive and play aggressive with that information play, and it was so good. I really loved what I was seeing. Slammed, you mentioned it though, had some really good positioning. Remember that mid-box position that Slam just lives in? I mean, Oh my goodness, he got away with everything over there multiple times. Nearly had that ace against the Sheriff round. Everything though coming out Taipan as White Lotus fall, as we are going to be getting into yet another matchup here very shortly. But we have two awesome casters coming back in. It's not going to be you and I. We're going to be back here later though, so don't you worry. This is of course a special edition of the Pit of Valor. It's number 50. We've been here for 50 weeks. I cannot believe it. It's a huge milestone. We really appreciate everyone who's coming out and who's signed up. I mean, 50, we had signups, so many signups that we just were like, it's 128 teams today, which is why we're going to have a bit longer of a stream, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. So make sure you stay tuned for even more action here in just a couple of minutes. We'll be taking a short break, but we'll see you soon.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. Find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. You made a monster. You made a monster.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 50th Pit of Valor. We're here. We are ready to see what's going down. And it is also round 5 now. So welcome back, everybody. We are now on the table once again. Myself, Mick, along with Sir Mickey. He is, we actually got our sides flipped up because we were different earlier, but it's all good. But I mean, we also, speaking of different, we are also looking at different teams this time around. Not across the board completely, but because we've seen a little bit of familiar faces here from earlier rounds. But we are looking at the likes of Mystic Purple, Zoomer Academy Pink, as you can see the little pink colors that are along the bottom. And we're going to split. So we're going to have a little bit of a different matchup here. And I'm excited to see what could go down and what your opinion is on this, Mickey.
I am so happy for Split. They told us, guys, right before we started this, production said, "Oh, we're going to Haven," and me and Mick were just dead silent because it's we always get Haven. And then he said, "Oh no, it's on Split," and then we freaked out because we love Split. We love anything that isn't Haven at this point because that's number one map. It's Haven and Ascent. Those are the two most popular that we get here on Pit of Valor. But yes, it is going to be Zoomer going up against Mystic, Team Mystic. Mystic's going to be on the left side of your screen defending, and the attackers are going to be Zoomer. We're here on Split. I mean, all in all, I absolutely love this map. And honestly, I think it's weird. As a Sova main, I love this map. And then on top of that, it's a playable map in general. Everybody, like, if you don't know how to play Split, then you shouldn't be playing the game. It's a very simple map. Even like I'm great on Sky with it too. I love playing with Sky with it. I love staging on this map. Killjoy's great. You know, I think this map is very versatile. You can play almost anybody on this map and have it still be successful. So I think it's going to come down to the compositions. Honestly, we already got 2 Sages, 2 Omens, 2 Raises, and we got a Sky for
Select
Zoomers.
your agent.
Or excuse me, for Mystic.
Yeah, and I'm kind of glad you pointed that out because Sky is a little bit different of a pick from what we've seen out of the likes of Reyna, and I'm really liking the difference there. And overall, looking at both these comps, I mean, the Reyna pick, obviously super aggressive, very, very nice, just as much as Raze is. But I feel like over on the side of the defenders here, you know, with old Mystic, I'm liking their picks a little bit more. I mean, it just seems a little bit more universal, a little bit more kind of adaptable overall, because over there for the side of the old Zoomers, they are very, very aggressive, and it seems like when they get around to that defense, they're going to be slacking a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Killjoy should help him out in terms of that, but Raze and Reyna are definitely 2 very aggressive characters that Zoomers Academy is going to be picking up here. So it's going to be interesting to see how those 2 entry, because on the opposite side, there's just one duelist. It's Raze. It's Taze in the form of Raze. I'm rapping again. It's fine. And then we have 2 Sentinels for Mystic. It's going to be Traumatic and Appa as Killjoy and Sage. So it's already going to be a very interesting wind-up to see the difference in these compositions.
Yeah, and right off the rip, just looking at these compositions in terms of pistols, we are seeing a huge kind of swing towards these armors and the classics, and everybody kind of just doing what they want to do. And Roar running that Ghost on the Reyna is a huge pick, because Reyna, it's essentially a free round over on the pistols, as long as you can make sure she can get at least 1 kill off and trade it. And Levers right there, Donut,
there we go,
is going to be the one to actually open up.
Yeah, Tay's gonna get that quick little trade with the nade. Beautiful nade from him. Miller picks up Sky. Now it's a 4 versus 3. Sage for Zoomers is not doing too good on health, but neither is Killjoy for Mystic. So at this point, you know, Zoomers does have a man advantage, but it really comes down to how these guys are gonna play on the site.
Yeah, and just how everything kind of is winding down over here towards the site. The mid push, it could be it. It could not be it. I mean, obviously that sounded very dumb coming out, but I mean, essentially it's it's kind of a very all-in trap they got coming here. And Thomas getting over there picked on the side towards ramp is not going to help anybody's case, as it seems the team's going to be held up a little bit. They have to make this whole aggression by themselves. A little bit of a light over here, but hang on to this line. He's grabbing 3rd of this round. That's actually going to be huge, and Miller could actually go ahead and get something down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, he's got 80 health. He's got no utility at all. It's first round. He doesn't have much to play with, but he's got that classic, and not to mention Traumatic is Not too great on health, to say the least, but there we go. They were just waiting on Appa to get that heal back, and that's exactly what's happened. Now, it looks like they're going to start pushing as a team. That would be the play for me, at least, but Miller might be a little exposed here. He's going to spot Traumatic on ramp, or at least hear him, and then there's the drop from Appa. Beautiful right click on the Traumatic, but Appa's just a little bit quicker, and that's going to be now 1-0 as Team Mystic is going to take the first round.
Yeah, that's a really good first round from him. Very slow, very methodical. Lots of good trades going on towards the mid, but that setup towards A just absolutely calling it. I mean, really, Zoomer Academy had a lot of open air there to go towards that B side and really just grab essentially a free plant and then kind of set up for more of a post. But going ahead, moving off of Thomas, and once it gets picked off, to really just stick to your guns and say, all right, we're still going to go for this site. Very ballsy of them. And it almost worked, especially with the way that Miller just kind of went off right there. But like you said, a Sage with no utility, it's really rough, and there's really not much you can do. Yeah,
it's a dangerous situation for you to. Like, any agent with no utility is definitely no bueno. But Sage specifically, she's such, she's so reliant. You are so dependent on a Sage to heal, and luckily Team Mystic does have two healers. They have Sage and Sky, so that helps them out a little bit. But Zoomer Academy is not as lucky, so they only get that one heal, so they got to play it nice and slow. So when Miller ends up using that heal like he did last game and not having any juice left, it messes them up that much more because she's such a vital character for this team. But now it's still 5 versus 5, all 10 still up. It looks like Zoomer Academy gonna head towards B site, but I mean, TM's got it locked down pretty tight.
Yeah, especially with this wall coming through right here, gonna be huge for that push, and just the way the team is gonna execute themselves on the site. That's why Sage is a big pick. But Vinny's gonna grab himself a big pick and go off on 3, actually.
Oh, okay. Appa's there for the 4th. And now it's just a 1 versus 4. Thomas with the Spectre in heaven. He's got that paranoia, but it's just a question. I mean, look at Bomb. Bomb is half planted on site. There we go. Beautiful flick on the Vinny there. He's got 2 more on site. He knows Traumatic is somewhere around this area, and he's watching stairs for it. And I don't know if Traumatic's gonna be baited by that, but there we go. Awakens? Is it Awakens or Awakens? I really can't tell his name. There's 2 V's.
I would say Awakens.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, Wicked can clean it up now. 2-0. Zoom Academy is looking a little no bueno coming out here. Look at this 3-piece here from the Sky from Team Mystic. It's phenomenal. Miller gets the entry. He gets Bomb just about planted, and meanwhile, Vinny just decides to go off for no reason. Picks up 3-piece. Appa's there for the 4th, and then that final was Thomas in heaven, who ended up being able to pick off Vinny, but was finally taken out by Awakens. And now we're on round 3. This is going to be a bonus round for Team Mystic if they're able to pick it up.
Yeah, and with this little kind of push going in here towards the mid, I kind of understand Rory's little thought process here. Usually you're going to have somebody sitting up there, up top, on kind of that wall, trying to grab a clean little pick, and Awakens may be moving in on that fairly soon, but really we got to be looking at these pushes, and A side is really kind of the target right now for the side of Zoomer Academy. They're trying to go ahead and get the shove, but they're actually running right into KJ. B side would definitely be a much better option for them, but they're not just as aware as we are. They don't have these kind of wall hacks to know where everyone is, and they're really just held up as they're going to be having a little bit of an aggression, and with Vinny finding that first.
Awakens picking up 2 mid. Beautiful transfer of the Spectre Spray for him, and now it's gonna be a 2 versus 5 situation. Awakens putting down shots, but he gets tagged up, but he does a good amount of damage to that fellow. Omen Thomas gonna get 2 tapped here. Taze picks up 2, and that's 3-0.
That's
a good way to end it.
That's a little rough of a start there for Zoomer Academy. Typically, you're going to sit there and hope that you can win these out and try and get that force off on round 2 if you really believe you're going to be that far ahead. But losing that and getting yourself stuck in a situation where in the next round you're still forcing, and Team Mystic has 3 rounds and they're just bonusing here on the 3rd. That's such a large lead, and even on top of that, just look at Zoomer's money. I mean, as long as Team Mystic can find themselves 1 pick and move through it with those armors on top of them, with these Spectres, which they've already been performing with, Zoomer's going to be locked down for another 2 rounds here.
Oh yeah. Random knowledge. Just want to make it known that Team Mystic's scoreboard is currently 5-4-3-2-1 in terms of kills, and I love that. So if someone in chat could screen cap that for me, that'd be great. Thank you. But now we're heading to round 4. This is going to be a lot more of a difficult defense for Team Mystic now that they, you know, they are still able to buy, but I mean, all in all, should they, you know? But it's looking like they're just gonna go with the SMGs. They have a lot of sound cues mid. That's for damn sure. Taze is playing it nice and patient, Now he's got backup. I believe that's Sky next to him, so that's gonna be. I mean, well, now he's by himself. So, but look at Dodanut. Dodanut's just holding that angle for dear life, and look at the positioning for. Is that Thomas up there? Here we go. Here we go. Appa goes down in the hands of Aurora, but look who's sitting in that corner is going to be Awakens. He's stuck in the corner. Nade takes him out. Dodonut's going to pick up a second here. 5 versus 2. All of a sudden, Dramatic with a Spectre. Vinny all the way back on B site, and now Bomb's heading towards A. But guess what? Dramatic's already there. He's got the turret set up, but Donut makes quick work of it. Now they're just going to get Bomb down, but Dramatic's already on site. Alarm bot's been triggered. Here we go. First of possibly many. Picks up 1. Can he pick up a second? Picks up the second. Donut goes down. 9 bullets, buddy. 9 bullets, Traumatic. Now it's 1 versus 3 as Vinny on the other side of the map finally gets taken out. It's Traumatic all by himself. He doesn't have the angle to play here. No, not going to be able to take out Thomas. Just barely. Doesn't have that angle. Zoomer Academy finally going to pick 1. It's going to be 3-1.
And mind you, I mean, in the mid of all that hecticness going on, there was a potential for an outplay there. As long as that pick came on over towards, you know, Miller to go ahead and, you know, close out that would have been such an easy round to go ahead, let that spike go off, not even let it go down, and then sit there and close out the round because it was like, what, 6 seconds left on that clock still? So, I mean, there was not much time to really play off of, and an easy little counter strike would have won that round. But Team Mystic, fairly scrappy of a round there, but I mean, a lot of shutdowns across the board to go ahead and still kind of leave Zoomer Academy in a stuck position because Roar's still running the Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, Reyna with a Spectre, I feel like that's Reyna's secret weapon. It's the perfect gun for Reyna, just that running gun, you know, like let me flash around this corner, boop, dead. You know, I really feel like it's the perfect gun to just go off with, especially if you got people clustered together, kind of like they are in B Heaven here. I mean, well, not anymore. Appa was with company, but there we go. Rora gonna start things off. Quick, nice pick on the Appa. Miller's there for the refrag. Now it's just Taze on site. Beautiful shot from him. Takes out Rora. And now it's 4 versus 3 situation. Oh, Taze with a blind showstopper. Meanwhile, Traumatic picks up 2, but Miller gets the refrag. 1 versus 2 now. Miller's by himself. Not in a good situation. Taze has the op. Bomb is down in heaven, it looks like. Miller gonna go for a res. No! Vinny's gonna catch him off guard from behind, and that's all she wrote. 4-1.
A great little attempt there from Team Mystic. Just absolutely closing in on their prey there from every single angle, making sure the push doesn't come on one side or the other, and making sure to shut it down right before that ultimate. I mean, that alone is kind of depressing because you would love to go ahead and bait that out, let the res come through, then go ahead, grab that first, grab that second, and get an ult shut down. But you can't do everything perfectly at this stage. I mean, there's a little bit of pressure here on this scene. It's now, we only got a couple rounds left to the final, so we're trying to tighten up here, get these kills, and go ahead and get these rounds over with. And Team Mystic doing a great job of just that.
Yeah, I mean, like you said it, man. Like right here at this moment in time, these next 2 matches are so vital because they determine who's gonna be our top 2 teams tonight. You know, so. Yeah. If these guys can't cut it here, then they're not gonna be able to cut it later on. So this is for all the marbles right now. This is deciding who gets a shot at all the marbles, you know. So this is definitely a very high stakes match right here.
Yeah, and everybody's especially trying to fight for it this week. It's, with double the teams on the line, you know that you have that much more bragging rights on your belt. And then also it being the 50th. So, I mean, everything just kind of playing around. This is super important for these guys. And Taze, he's finally clicking on that. After the up in mid, now to grab 1, but Roar, as you said, going completely off with that classic. And Vinny doing what he does best.
He gets another one on Taze. Impulse there to stop Vinny. Appa takes out Thomas, and now it's Appa in heaven by himself. Beautiful flick. Takes down Rora. Goes for the res, perhaps. Yes, Taze is back in it, and it's a 1 versus 3.
It's a good play. Impulsive not having all that much health left on the board for himself, but I mean, with that econ res coming through, plenty to work with, and Aqua just grabbing another one. That's going to be enough right there. I mean, just across the board, a lot of guns to play with, leaving 3 of your teammates alive. That's going to be only 2 rivals to buy next round, and Zoomer still didn't sit down with 1 round on the board. That's huge. But one thing we still have to consider is looking at those little Christmas lights along the top, because Zoomer Academy is now sitting on all 5 as we see Opka right here just going off once again.
Yeah, this man's not like that. Oh, that little. It wasn't like the most amazing flick in the world, but he did take out Rora, and that's what counts. You know, it was a nice, clean little. Got him, Dunsky, and that's what you need. You know, that's all you can really like truly wish for is just nice, quick, clean shots. Don't let anybody trade, and that's what you need. And that's exactly what Team Mystic's been doing. They've been locking these in. Zoomer Academy was able to pick one up here, but since then I mean, Team Mystic's gotten, I think, 2 or 3 in a row here. So Zoomer's gonna have to pick it up here soon. It looks like a full B push, but the information from Sky gonna come in, so I think that might force out a rotate. No, it's gonna force out a commitment, and here comes the attack for Killjoy coming in. But it's gonna get them onto site. That's the thing. Are they gonna take advantage of it? Vinny's got. Yep, there we go. Thomas was right behind him. He heard him. Luckily, he was able to get him out of that situation. Here comes the showstopper. Donut takes out Appa. Excuse me. And now Vinny's left on site completely alone and outgunned. Donut gonna take him out from afar on Raptors, and now he's dropped down. He's got the angle. Look at this angle from Donut. He's perfectly covering CT, but Traumatic has a lockdown of his own. Now it goes down. Oh, okay. Donut kind of walked into that. That's fine. 4 versus 3 now. Bomb has been planted. This could be Zoomer's second round on the board, but they gotta play it perfectly. Taze, meanwhile, with an op, gonna get tagged up quite a bit. I think, yes, is gonna push, but Taze is gonna deny that push any further. Defender Killjoy has been activated completely. There's a lot of nano swarms, a lot of tactical abilities on site. Awakens takes out Millers, one more in garage, and in face of Impulsive, he gets taken out. Thomas takes out Taze, but Traumatic gonna finish things off, cleaning up Thomas, and that's gonna be 5-1 on the board now, turning into 6-1 as Zoomers had sight and they just couldn't keep it for long enough.
And that alone is just a huge round for Mystic. I mean, just across the board, shutting down 4 ultimates, literally retaliating against those, saying, all right, we can back out of sight, play for retake. You lose a man in the process and still find a way to win that. That's just pure communication right there. Nothing more, nothing less on top of that gun skill. I mean, both these teams are great shots, but I mean, it really comes down to how concise your talking is with the rest of your team and really just elaborating on all that information, conveying what's going on, and just really executing was huge right there.
Oh, look at Vinny. He's gonna get aggressive here. There we go. Finds one. Has a rough start. Does find one. Rora gonna take him out, but he's gonna get immediately traded by Traumatic, and now it's Taze up on ramps here with the Judge in a Dream. Donut doing some share work, is able to take out Traumatic. Here comes Taze flying through the sky, gets taken out, but is able to take out Donut, and now it's a 2 versus 2 as bomb has been planted on a site. Look at Aqua, there we go. Beautiful shots, wall bangs onto Impulsive. Now it's a 1 versus 1 situation. It's gonna be Thomas versus Appa. And I'm not sure who the other Omen is, but it's fine. It's a 1 versus 2.
Awakens,
yes, thank you. But Thomas, I mean, if he just plays his angles here, I think he's gonna be just fine. But if he peeks out too much, I think that's where it. No, never mind. Perfect timing. Ooh, and the cheeky teleport. So now, oh man, now Appa has no idea where he's at. Really. Now he's on site. 1v1 now.
I will not die.
This is all the marbles. Is Appa? Oh.
Not enough time. Maybe.
But there's no time to defuse. Zoomer is gonna get their second point on the board. Unfortunately, Appa's just not quick enough with it. It's gonna cost him that round.
And Zoomer, I mean, keep in mind the way this round played out right there. I mean, Zoomer Academy, absolute definition of down bad. Just lost a bunch of ultimates across the board. Didn't have any money to play with. Every single one of them was buying nothing but a sheriff. But yet they played their cards right. They sat there and used their little domino effect. They sat there, took one man down, grabbed his weapon, kind of executed off of that. Even though it was that Reyna and Rora, kind of shut down pretty quickly there. There was another person there to follow it up and go ahead and get a double with that weapon that was dropped. And just the impact of that first pick is so essential. And Team Mystic giving it up in a save round like that, it just kind of really hurts.
Something that is very important in this game, that in the competitive aspect at least, that people overlook is trades. And if you're on the attack side and you're all 5 pushing one site and one of you dies, you gotta get that trade. You have to, because if he kills more than 2 people, that's already, you know, that's 2 people down on your roster. You're that much more in the hole. But here we go. Awaken's gonna start it off, taking out Donut, but Roar gonna take out Taze. Miller with the Reds. Appa, beautiful shot. Can he get another one? He's got the Judge in a dream. Goes for the heal. Beautiful Sage. Honestly, I want Appa to be my Sage. Here comes the Raise Nade that's gonna force them out. The Pain Shell's gonna force them back a little bit. Not too much damage has been done, but it's definitely damage nonetheless. But here's the tricky part. Vinny is sitting in garage. No more. Impulsive. Beautiful entry into garage. Makes it a 3 versus 5. Bomb is still in the back, but Awakens on site. Beautiful 2-piece. Can he make it 3? No. Miller gonna shut him down.
And just these plays across the board they're so good. I'm loving this matchup. Just everything about it. And dramatic. Finding himself around the edge, not exactly being able to get too much up and not being able to follow up. Zoomer Academy maybe zooming themselves back into a tie game here if they can go ahead and pick it up and run off that momentum. I mean, everything past this point, yeah, I say go for it. I mean, it's a little bit of a weird call. You only have 3 rounds left, but this is essential. You are now in a state of the game where a tie at half is not impossible by any means. I mean, this is definitely doable to go ahead and, you know, this is the one time you really type in that all chat good half, because you're like, damn, you're really giving us a run for our money. And I love every second of it. And just the way these whole rounds have really been turning the tides. That save round that really got shut down from Zoomer when they were only running Marshals. The next round after that, when they really didn't have much to play with, but yet they still found themselves onto the site winning those gunfights. It's things like that. And like you said, those trades, I think Mystic is kind of slipping on the trigger here.
Yeah, a little bit. They were pretty dominant the first 3, and then they got cut off, and they got 3 more in a row, and then now Zoom's coming back. They've had 2 in a row. So maybe this is where Zoomers takes it back. Like you said, Mick, this is not impossible in any way, shape, or form. There's 3 rounds left in this half, and that's the difference between a tie right now. It's a 3-round deficit, Mystic in the lead by 3. So this is definitely not impossible. There's that many rounds left in the half. So if Zoomers is going to do anything, it's got to be right now.
Yeah, and I completely agree. But with that, issue is you got 2 ultimates kind of in your way for that. You have Sky and, man, I just what Vinny's been doing in those early rounds. He's obviously slipping off a little bit now, but I mean, just the confidence on him. And he's gonna grab that first pick in that second, and he's gonna say he don't give a damn. He's gonna go ham.
Yeah, speaking of Vinny and his confidence, picks up 2 to start it off. I mean, that was solid. That was great timing.
Speaking of the devil, and he shall come.
And he shall appear. We found him. His name's Vinny. And he likes birds. Because Sky, I don't know, a little bit of information coming out from that Trailblazer dog. Not too much. Nothing too crazy, but now it's going to be down to a 4 versus 3. Zoomer Academy had a 2-man, or a 1-man disadvantage. Here comes the secret from Vinny. Finds Thomas trying to get information. Does get the information with not only the secret, but also the flash. That's the beautiful part that I love about Sky, is that when she does flash someone with that bird, it tells her. It literally says, blinded. And that lets you know, it's literally got a verbal cue to whenever you flash someone, and I love it. And love it.
Sky speaks, you know, there's no way you can just not hear that cute Australian accent calling out, blinding somebody.
One enemy
but
remaining.
at the same time, just as beautiful as the Sky's voice, we're going to have Awakens having a clean shot over here. And Thomas to follow it up, maybe.
1 versus 2. There we go. Thomas going to get taken out by Awakens. Whew. I mean, Team Mystic cutting it a little close there. They are going to go ahead and start taking control again, 7-3, and I mean, there goes our theory for a potential tied half. I mean, this is still, you know, it's a 4-round gap. We only got 2 left in the half, so there's no tie, obviously. But this could still end up being a 7-5, which isn't a bad score to go into the second half, honestly. What would be no bueno at this point would be a 3-9. If Zoomer drops the next 2 rounds, then it's going to be a 6-round comeback for them, which is a lot worse to do than a 7-5. So they got it. Whatever they're going to do, they have to do it within the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, I completely agree. Because, I mean, Valorant, as we say, is all about momentum. And oddly enough, there's a lot of mental that goes into this game. There's so much of it. Momentum, mentality, just everything about it. Team confidence, team call-outs, everything about it. And hitting one of those kind of things that's subconscious is going to be that 10-round checkpoint. Getting those double digits. And it's really going to put another team on the edge. And Vinny's going to make sure to get there as quick as possible with this opening frag.
He's able to find one. Donut gets one of his own, though. And there we go. Starts things off. 4 versus 3 as Vinny comes back into play. They got one on ramps. Vinny's now been, oh my goodness, he's been tagged to hell and back. There we go. Gets healed up. That's where the double heals come into play. And Thomas gets trapped in the nano swarm. Dramatic takes him out. 2 versus 4 now. Bomb still on the back. I believe that's Taze for Zoomer Academy. Or excuse me, it's going to be Dodo Nut. This is not a good situation for them. Awakens finds him through the smoke. Impulsive, last man standing. No. Awakens once again through the smoke. He's gonna find him, and now 8-3, ladies and gentlemen. Last round in the first half. This is where Zoomers needs to show up. They have the money to buy. They got their abilities. They got weapons. They got shields. There's no reason that they shouldn't take this round.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, especially having 2 ultimates now. One of those being a lockdown, which is going to essentially give you a literal free plant if you can go ahead and get the right angle on that. And go ahead and protect it as well. And with that Reyna, with that Empress coming through, that's going to be just enough to really put the pressure on to sit there and say, all right, if you're going to try and push us here onto this shutdown, go ahead. Go ahead. We have a freaking Empress defending it. So I dare us thou. Because Vinny is actually going to get traded out there right off the rip. And we're going to see a quick little 4-4 here. But the all ultimate still being on the field for this last round.
You should run.
There we go. Speaking of, that's going to get activated. That's if they play it right. If Zoomers plays this right, they have a free sight.
Yep, there it is. Call to call.
Empress able to shut him down, though. Wasted Empress for Aurora. Unfortunate timing. Dodo Nut, look out, man. Taze is right there on site. Taze is gonna get taken out, but he takes out Thomas before then. 2 versus 3 now. Impulsive, beautiful shot on the Dramatic and shuts down that defender Killjoy, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Oh, quick trades coming through. Dodo Nut is able to shut down Appa, and that's gonna give Zoomers now their 4th point on the board, 8-4, as we're now headed into the second half. What a half.
Say, man, I was like, this is all falling apart so quickly. Where did it all go wrong?
Look at this. Look how close Taze was. Oh, man. You know, they're going to watch the VOD later, and everybody's going to yell at Taze. Like, all you had to do was swing left, man. That was it. But he did find one. You know, Taze was able to take out Thomas there, which, you know, gave them room to play with, and Dodo Nut was able to get the refrag. So, I mean, all in all, Zoomers is not doing a horrible job. They're only 4 rounds down. But this is going to be the decider, because now, right, they're on defense. So it's going to be a different story to see how Rora as Reyna and Dodo Nut as, or excuse me, it's actually going to be the other time. Just to see how these players play on defense. You know, it's going to be a little bit different.
Yep, and we did say that Zoomer Academy was going to be a little bit weaker on that defense. As Team Mystic is a little bit more adaptable, so with everything kind of panning out, that's not a good start for the likes of Mystic.
Multiple explosions in heaven, followed up by paint shells by Taze here. Throws it down towards their spawn. Not to mention Vinny is just, or no, I think that's, I'm not sure who that is. Somebody's showing on rafters out there. They're just holding that angle beautifully. 4 versus 4 now. Appa's got bomb mid. Oh, it's Dodo Nut. Look at that position. Oh, he's standing on box right off of rafters. Beautiful. I love this spot. It's a beautiful spot. If you, I'm pretty sure if you crouch, it's a head glitch, no?
Nah. The character models are definitely too tall for that, but I mean, looking at how they are playing it, being off that box, now pushing back towards mid, they're kind of really getting Mystic off the site, really just pressuring him back towards the middle of that map, making him have to make a decision, and it looks like they may be off.
30 seconds
Ooh, never mind.
They were all pretty like the majority of TM was pretty tagged up, but unfortunately, they do have Appa with the heals. The Sage Donut picks up 2. And Appa's going to be there for the trade, but so is Thomas. And 2 versus no one now. Miller takes out Appa, and that's going to give the defenders Zoomer 1 more round on the board. 8-5. They're slowly closing that gap, Mick. They're not done. 3-round gap now.
It's a good start for them. This is exactly what Zoomer needed going into the second half. They were pretty bad deficit there. They already forced and really lost those first 2. Actually, just kidding. Make that the first 3 rounds were really just out of their favor, especially after that 4 still being down on money. So this is exactly what they need to put themselves back in the game. Being in a 5-8, being on this bonus now, as long as they can force enough, because we've seen enough turnarounds today in this one map alone. I mean, Mystic can still bring it out, but if it's anything like that first round, it's not going to go too well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, okay.
Spike down.
Miller picks up 2, awakens, gets the trade. Dodo not looking for some, he wants to get into it. But now there's just 2 Team Mystic members left.
I have the spike.
Raising Killjoy, I mean, they're able to grab bombs, so they're able to get out of there. Let's see if they can make it anywhere. Oh no, Dramatic's gonna get stuck. Taser there with Sheriff. And Dream, I don't know why he's facing this. He has a Sheriff. Hold your angles, buddy. Oh man. Yeah, they're thirsty. Look at this. Oh, whoa. What? Okay, Rora's dead. Rora's dead. Okay, Taze with that shot was... Man, that shot was quick. I blinked and Rora was dead all of a sudden. But again, it's a 1 versus 3. Taze has bomb. It's just where is he gonna go? You know, is he gonna play and try to get a gun off of this? I don't know what that was about.
Probably gonna do too much, to be honest with you. I mean, 20 seconds left on the board. You have to go ahead and get on the side. They know they're gonna cover B, as you see right here. Dudonut just slamming
with the judge
just so easily. I mean, that time deficit was really putting pressure on the clock, really forcing it one side or the other, and A was not the move unless you made that earlier. And with that turret kind of picking you out, saying, all right, he's a mid, he has to make a decision here. It was just way too much intel for the likes of Zoomer Academy to give them a free little second here, which is very, 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 very needed in this stage of the game, as well as Team Mystic. They very, very, very need some money in their pockets, because look at this, boy. I'm looking at, I know we got Donut here on the field, but I'm seeing more donuts in the buy right now.
Oh my. I get it, because zeros. But yeah, Zoomer is, I mean, now they've gotten 3 in a row. Two in a row in this half, 3 in a row altogether. So, I mean, they're definitely working on it. They're not giving up quite yet. They're doing what they can. Aurora is not in the, I mean, he's in a pretty good position, but they know that someone's got to be there, right? Maybe not, because Taze checked it with the satchel and no one popped out. So maybe he doesn't know. No, he's gonna check it anyways. Oh, nice and slick. There we go. They baited him out just enough for Appa to get that kill on Aurora, and now it's Taze mid by himself. What it looks like. No, Appa's there too. Meanwhile, Bomb is going all the way through sewers. Yeah, rotates straight to A site. Vinny's back in B garage, now heading through, I believe, their spawn. This is, I mean, Zoomer's playing this really well. They're getting on site, they're getting the information they need to, excuse me, Team Mystic. They're playing it really well. You know, it's pretty great.
I love Vinny right there, just being like, hold up, guys. Hold up. I gotta be here for this. Just being a little bit slow to the rest of the pack, but he is going to actually catch up eventually with everybody being over here towards his side. Team Mystic having their first man advantage of this half, and it's a pretty damn good one at that.
Yeah, they got Bomb down. There we go. Quick little trade between the raises. Vinny, beautiful flash allows him that kill on Thomas, and now it's Dodo not in a 1 versus 3. Nope, it was a good try with that Vandal spray, but not able to cut it, and that's going to be 9-6. Team Mystic is still leading by 3. Zoomers has yet to have any kind of lead in this game so far.
In this half, yeah. In this half, I mean, it's definitely going in the way of their favor. I mean, just look at those first 2 rounds. Team Mystic finally finding themselves something is a little bit concerning, because it makes you think, if you're on the side of Zoomer Academy, you know, what are these guys going to do if this is when they have rifles in their hands? How are they going to play out the rest of the game? And how exactly can we retaliate that if we can only win these early rounds? And they won, excuse me, the later rounds of that first half. So there is a little bit of promise. They just need to go ahead and slow the game down. They got to think before they act. And I just feel like they're being a little bit too aggressive. They were trying to play on that bonus a little too hard.
Kind of a stalemate. We're getting some shots mid, but other than that, it seems pretty slow going. Which, I mean, they have time. They have plenty of time. They still got a minute on the clock. Right now, it looks like TM's just trying to gain mid control, and so far they're not having the best luck. Meanwhile, Traumatic is not paying attention to his left. Aurora picks him off a beautiful headshot, and now Zoomers has got a man up. They have 1 man advantage, and that might be the difference maker here.
Oh, easily. I mean, just the way this is panning out. Zoomer having that ultimate as well in their hands and their grasp. That showstopper, that's a huge one. It's a duelist ultimate. It's going to go ahead and get you a kill. It's not just going to be crowd control, but it really comes down to being used, and it's not going to find anything. Oh, but Vinny's going to be hit, and there's going to be trades going down to Zoomer Academy. Still on top here in a 4v2, but Mystic has to get this bomb down.
Oh, there's Taze, able to finally find that spray on Impulsive. What a wonderful spray that was. And now it's a 1 versus 3 for Taze. He's not in a good spot. He's got Miller up on Heaven, 2 on site. Aurora is going to find that wallbang headshot all the way from back corner of sight through that wall. And that's going to make it 9-7. Zoomers, they're not done, man. They are not done fighting.
Most definitely not. I mean, you can't blame them. They're now in a 2-round deficit. They were in a much worse situation earlier, and they're coming back from it. They're clawing their way up. Slowly but surely, it seems like at this stage, only being 2 behind. And with the buys coming through this round, it's really just in their favor. I mean, look at all these kind of crappy buys we got. We got Guardian, Sheriff, Spectres. Guardian actually being put up for a Marshal. Go ahead and make up your mind, Taze. It's killing me. But everything, I mean, just really opting for that save there, only go for the classic. This has to be guaranteed.
Yeah, Miller gonna start it off, taking out Traumatic. Roar's covering Heaven. Knows Vinny's there. There we go. Awaken's actually gonna steal it. As Miller gets taken out, Donut gets 1. Impulsive takes out Taze. Awakens takes out Roar. Beautiful shots across the board. 3 versus 2 now. Bomb is still on the back of that Team Mystic Sage.
This is actually huge. I mean, it's a lot closer than I expected it to be, especially with those 2 ultimates on the field. You know you have those rifles on the ground somewhere for those 2 guys who are still standing, Awakens and Miller, to play with it. They can get their hands on it. They just have to push up towards Heaven, which that's the most heavily guarded area right now, and they have the bomb as well. So it really comes down. Yeah, they could go for a rotate, but they're not going to get those rifles on top of it. They're going to be defending site with a little bit of a scrappy buy, and with how much health they have, and pushing that up.
Spike down A.
Maybe not like that.
Yeah, you'll screw yourself. Just shoot
maybe,
it. Just shoot
maybe
it,
if you push ramps, maybe don't bunny hop up so they hear your big fat
I'm
the whole
saying.
way.
This is like, I got the bomb.
Cover going out.
He's like, hey, Thomas, I'm over here. Oh, Awakens able to take out Thomas.
Oh yeah, run.
This is a huge risk though. This is a huge risk because if he okay, so he is able to just go straight to the opposite side of the site. If he was going to try to ult onto site, it'd be huge. It'd be very difficult for him. But now it's going to be both members of ZA up in B Heaven. Trying to get information. They have no idea where he's at. But Donut, oh, there we go. Impulsive. Donut spots him, but Impulsive's going to pick it up. And Zoomer Academy going to pick up their 8th now. I think this is now 3 in a row for them. Team Mystic is slowly letting go of the reins.
Yeah, that's really tough, to be completely honest. There's so many kind of different alternate avenues you could have taken in that kind of situation, and obviously just the fact alone that you got, Awakens finding himself over to the other side of the map and getting himself that spike plant, giving his team the extra money to play with, that was the primary goal. You need to make sure to get that if your team's in a rough spot. But there were so many other ways to play that to really give you the upper hand. We didn't see him trying to plant long, or he did actually plant long. He just didn't set up for it, and he didn't really set up there by crates to have like some kind of weird flank or some real curveball to throw into the mix. And everything leaned right there with the pressure of the moment. Can't blame the guy. And with the pressure of these Seekers coming out from Vinny, that could actually be enough for them to find an easy little plant for once, if you don't have Roar shutting you down.
Yeah, Vinny does find a kill off that. Roar's got 3 HP. There we go. Vinny finds him through smoke. 5 versus 2 all of a sudden. Miller gonna make a 5 versus 3. 4 versus 3. Beautiful defense on that res. And the Trailblazer is gonna get taken out here. So now 3 versus 4 situation. Bomb has been planted on a site. It's a retake situation for Zoomer Academy. They got 1 in Heaven, 2 in screens. They need to communicate and figure out which is the best route to take here. But the problem is, they have the entirety of TM on site, except for that 1 Killjoy back there. But oh, there we go. Oh my! Vinny, potential ace. Picks up 3 and 4. Give him the ace. There we go. He was blind for it too. He was blind for that ace. For that last kill. 9-8 is gonna turn into 10-8. Team Mystic is not letting go just yet.
And keep in mind, everybody in chat, we are not biased towards any sides. We just love aces, and I really love Sky. So we just we wanted that to happen.
Look at Vinny picks up 3, then 4, and then we got Thomas. Has no idea what's waiting for him on the other side. Vinny, I'm gonna count that as a blind kill because he backed up. Obviously, his crosshair was already on him, but he backed up and he couldn't actually see because he was in that smoke. I'm gonna count it as a smoke kill. But Zero Academy, actually beautiful shots there.
Well,
He
I'm taking
takes
a
out
tip for
Thomas
how
early.
juicy that was.
Oh, there we go. Wall is up, but it didn't do much to prevent him. But now there's a counter wall. This is all kinds of messy. Vinny has the angle on Miller, but there we go. Picks up 2. Now it's a 2 versus 4.
Spike planted.
Oh man.
Oh, somebody's got to slow this game down. It's a little bit too much. Even actually slowed it down a little bit. Now on a 3v2.
Yeah, he's by himself on site doing the thing, but Vinny's gonna pick him up. Looking for a potential 4K. No, Traumatic gonna snag it by taking out Impulse in Heaven. Now it's 11-8. Guys, one more point on the board for Team Mystic, and that's match point.
Yeah, and that's super